Hey everybody, I'm Yvonne with Back to Earth Creations, and in today's live stream we are going to be making some Lampwork glass beads. This is a live stream, not a tutorial. We have a few tutorials on Lampwork glass over on our YouTube channel, so hopefully we will be in frame and we'll do our best here during the live stream, but this is mostly a craft room and chill style hangout, so if you're looking for a tutorial you may want to look elsewhere, but otherwise let's get our coffee. I'm going to be having an iced coffee today along with my Wawa, and then we will be over on my torch. I still need to get some lights and some music set up, and it looks like it's working over on YouTube. We actually had to restart the stream because it hadn't connected, but that's okay. All right, hopefully, well, let's just go and see what happens. So I'm gonna boop off of that, and then I'm gonna bring, nope, that's not the one that I bring up. I'm gonna click that, and nope, that's not the right one either. Ah, there we go. All right. So I have not done Lampwork glass in I guess since last time I did. I guess it's only been like a week. We missed one Saturday. Good morning, Joette. Well, let's see if we can get the light turned on. There's that one. I'm gonna take the plug out of the porthole. And there's that. I need to get our vent system plugged in. That way I don't get gas in my lungs, like glass and gas and stuff. So we don't have any custom orders today. We're just kind of hanging out and doing our thing, and that's okay. So let's see. Hey, Fiddlesticks. Hey, Minnie. How are all y'all doing today? Oh, I'm here talking to the webcam like y'all can see me. It's okay. Let me find, because again, I'm trying to do comments on both Kick and YouTube today, which I've not done while doing Torchwork before, but I do love a challenge. And I'm not entirely certain what we're going to be making today, so I've got all sorts of stuff out all over my desk. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. How do I find where I'm currently live streaming? I'll click view channel. And then my little thing, and then I can just click it. Very cool. Oh my gosh. I think I accidentally made all chats disappear. Ooh! Barbara says, hello, work is amazing. Right on. Fiddlestick says, how are you? Not bad, making an interesting mini vanity, but my camera was not wanting to work. Oh no. Okay, let me pop this over into where it is all messages, not just live chat. Hey, Christina, how are you doing today? So it makes, I'm wondering, whoop, there we go. I'm gonna get 2/3 guitar and a bass now. Yes! Oh my gosh, the sound is going off. Oh, now, okay. How come all chats? Randy? I broke it. I have to go get my husband. Thank you for the new follows. I gotta go upstairs and bother my beautiful husband, who's done nothing but be patient and kind and loving to me our whole life. And yet here I am. Randy, I broke all of my chats. I don't know. I thought I did. And then I just made it worse. And it's also not coming up on my tablet. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going back downstairs now. Welcome to the high quality entertainment that is Back to Earth Creations. Like, it doesn't even show up at all anymore. And then also on my tablet, I can't see Kick. Oh, there they are. Okay. Well, one of the problems is fixed. Thank you, honey. I'm going to get my Wawa. My Wawa bubble. You gotta hydrate your noodles.
Yes, that's not the right window, is it?
No. I closed out of it because I thought I had it set up. Cat and Cauldron says, watched your April Garden Monster vlog. So happy to see the Queen of the Night tulips growing, right? And thank you so much for sending those. I can't wait to see how they bloom. Our friend Viking sent us this really awesome cup holder that I just move between station to station. This is great to witness. We will be right back. Oh, they are back. Well, hey, Paula. Paula says, my first time catching you live, and I'm new to Lampworking. Oh my God. Right on. Oh, and your little crew too. Oh, Christina. Okay, I'm going to grab my water. I'm actually going to refill it because hopefully we'll be nice and hydrated today. Just filling up the water. Do, 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 do.
Hey, somebody on Kick say something.
Oh, hey, Al. How's it going? Oh, honey. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, may I give you a kiss? Well, now that we're back in functioning order, for now, let's just see how the day goes. Hey, Witchin' Gnome. Hey, oh my God, how's it doing? I meant to say, how's it going? But the wires got crossed into, how are you doing? Hey, Jen. Okay, I can't read comments without my glasses on, but I should probably do that in frame. Just give me a sec, like I'm blind AF, y'all. It okay. Oh man, I just smeared it around because I think I touched my lenses with a bunch of lotion on my hands. I don't know why I do this, but I do it every day. I'll never learn, I'm afraid. But that's all right. I'm gonna keep practicing. If we keep showing up, it's not failing. Oh my God, I'm good. I do want to say thank you for the raids. That's so kind of you. Oh, well, I enjoy what you're doing. And a lot of the folks who watch our channel, well, it started with our friend Yvette Creep Tart. She had recommended you, and I went and I checked it out, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And so, and it turns out quite a few of the folks who like to hang out over in our stream, I think like to hang out over in yours as well. So that pleases me immensely to be able, that you do stream and that I can raid you. So thank you for streaming. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. Ooh, well, thank you, Christina. I'm really feeling purple and green. No, they're supposed to do that. Okay. They just made this like crunching noise. All right. So I'm going to start my day's trash pile right over yonder. And hey, Deb, how are you doing? It's been ages. Balanced colors actually nice. Okay, I'm going to turn that down. There we go. Went to secondhand store this morning. We got some stuff for projects. Nice. Did you find any like good finds? Jensen says, it's been quite a long time since I made it to a live stream. Super excited. Right on. Well, hopefully we will have a good stream today and we won't run out of propane. And if we do, it'll be back upstairs asking Randy to come save me from myself yet again. Okay. We have a new oxygen tank as well, so I kind of need to figure out what's going on. Like, it shouldn't be making that noise. Let me go check on my oxygen tank. Good grief. I thought I was prepared this morning. I literally thought I was prepared. Oh, it is a beautiful day, though, even with these purple glasses on. Actually, I kind of like it. Oh. Hello, gourds. Hello, roses. Do, 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 do. Oh, well, it's because I had my oxygen turned off. Vaughn, girl, what are you doing? I don't know. It's okay. I hope we see a hummingbird soon. I put out all the hummingbird feeders. Oh, and I planted. Okay, I do have to water my ginger real quick just because I haven't since I planted it because I keep forgetting. Oh, this hose is heavy. Okay. Whoa. I hope this ginger grows too. I'd gotten some ginger at Sam's Club in like the grocery section, and we ate a good portion of it. And we went from like 0 to 100 on eating a lot of ginger in our diet, entirely because of that thing I got at Sam's Club full of ginger. But the last couple of the roots, they were looking a little like, and I needed the space in the fridge for something else. So I planted them, and I'm going to see what happens. Al says, need to go check Instagram. Be right back. Bye, Rich and Gnome. He says, I hope you have a great stream, going to hang out for a bit. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Have a benefit to go to and then work later. Well, hello, and I'm glad you're able to stay for a bit. How has work been going? Hey, Linda, over on YouTube. All right, so now this should work. Oh, so much better. Look at us go. We actually have the tank turned on. I'm just going to set this on fire for a minute because I do love the way it smells. Oh, yes. Oh, I love it. This is a lavender, cedar, and sage smudge stick that our friend Jim had sent us years and years ago. And I just love the way it smells. And I'm going to set it actually on the other side of the room. The ADHD is powerful today, y'all. That way it fills the room before getting pulled out of the vent. That's perfect. And we've got Snaggletooth over here keeping us company today. Got a boop to snoop. Snaggletooth's all sticky. Uh-oh, what am I stuck on? Christina says, listening to Billy Strings. Had a recent draw to bluegrass lately. May the 4th be with you. Yes. Okay. So I'm just going to work a little with some purple. I'm feeling purple today. I want to practice some encasing. So I'm going to do a white core wrapped in this purple, which I know to the camera probably looks solid black, but I don't know if they're able to see with the light through it. That is actually, is this even a purple at all? I don't believe it is. I think it's like a brown. Either way, we're going to use this one just to see what happens. Rich Gnome says, stretching the dough, topping the pizza, and cooking the pasta and subs, and or running the end of the oven, cutting and boxing everything. Oh, wow. Way to move up. No longer a dough prep guy, helping run the kitchen every shift now. Wow. Hey, Joe. How's it going? So let's start with, I'm just going to be using, what are you? a 3/32 inch mandrel, and I've already dipped my mandrels in Dip and Go Release Ultra, like Dip and Go Sludge. I still always try to catch myself because sometimes I hold my breath when I'm torch working because it's a little scary. It's an open flame fueled by pressurized gas in my wooden house, which I've got my fire safety, my fire extinguisher, and everything, but I am flammable and made of meat. So Joe says, going good, prepping for tomorrow's stream, making some sheet. Ooh, what time are you going to be streaming tomorrow? And I'm going to come in. This is a brand new rod of white pastel opaque. And these are, I'm using 104 COE, which is a soft glass. Ooh, noon Eastern. I think, is that, oh, I can never remember. So is that like, how does time travel work? Is that 11 a.m. or 1 p.m. in Central Time? Do you know? I'll Google it. I'll just keep an eye out for the notifications. Oh my God says, you know I'll be hanging, Joe. Oh my gosh. Joe is streaming over here on Kick, which to all of our YouTube folks, oh, I heated that a little too much. I'm so sorry that YouTube's putting in so many mid-roll ads. If y'all would enjoy an ad-free experience, you are more than welcome to come and join us over on kick.com, kick.com/Back to Earth Creations. And it's 11 Central. Thank you, Joe. Depending on the weather, I may still be out in the garden, but I'll certainly do my best to tune in. Hey, Adam, how's it going? Just giving it a little bit stronger of a flame. Aw, thank you so much for the follow, Adam. Kick and Twitch. Right on, Joe. And that's designed by Joe on Kick and Twitch. And Joe, are you going to be demonstrating your silversmithing or any project in particular? So I've got a little bit of a lumpy and weird bead going here, and that's okay. I'm going to see if we can even it out a little bit. I'm using a graphite marver. Oh yeah. And this makes rondel shaped beads, which I don't know if y'all are able to see, but it's the same style of bead that I like to use as a center point on these strung necklaces that I enjoy making. Ooh, Elle says I'll have to check it out. I'd love to follow more people on this community. Oh, that's awesome. And Joe says making a Schwartz ring. Oh, Spaceballs for May the 4th. That's going to be so cool. I guess we should just sing Star Wars music, right? Da, 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 I don't know what color this is. I think it's going to be very nice and like earthy. I wonder if it's, I don't think it's an olive Nera. I did just snatch it out of the jar though, so there's no telling. Will be silver with some set. Oh, what's a CZ apostrophe Z? Is that cubic zirconia? Oh, those are so sparkly. I remember back when I was in marching band in high school, I played the flute, but that's neither here nor there. Um, we would go to these marching competitions because, like, anybody who's in marching band might be familiar, but in case you weren't, the marching bands would do these like halftime shows for the football games, but they would also go on Saturdays typically and compete at like local and then regional and then state if you made it, marching competitions. And I was always envious of the other marching bands who got to do like the John Williams score marching thing. Oh, that'd have been so cool. They probably hated it and were probably like just tired of it. But our directors never went with it because they were like, it's not technically blah, blah, blah. They just hate fun. I'm pretty sure they just didn't want to have to do something trendy every single year because the judges probably get pretty tired of that. Thank you for the follow. But I remember there was one band that marched a whole Tim Burton, like it was all like Nightmare Before Christmas, and I think it was just a Nightmare Before Christmas scene, and all of like the color guard were dressed up like Sally, with that kind of like patchwork patterning. The conduct, not the conduct, well, the drum major, so not the band conductor, but the drum major, was wearing like a Jack Skellington style suit. It was cool, like when marching band meets show choir. Yeah, I practiced my flute a few times in the past week or two, and that's got me remembering back uh, to my band days in high school. It was really fun to be in marching band. I really liked it. Like it was great to have something extracurricular to do. I really loved playing the flute and like obsessing over like practicing and whenever I was working at Taco Bueno, I had started paying for private lessons because I could get them for like, $20 per lesson if I went through the school, which was a lot cheaper than if I had gone, just out on my own. Folks typically wanted like $50 a lesson. Um, but that was really nice. And it was just, I love music and it was nice to try really hard to be decent at something. Because everything else in school, I felt like, what did I have to show for it after taking the tests and making the grade? Because they don't let you do chemistry by yourself. That's all like suspicious. Um, so it was really nice to do something in school that had immediate physical manifestations into reality of just having experiences and doing a thing and like getting to work with a group was really nice. I really think I would have enjoyed art and shop class, like art and shop class. Um, so if I get to have a do over, I'll be like try to take more shop and art and different things like that. Christina says, neat, love marching band experiences. Oh, Itzy says, hi, Vaughn, back. Sorry, my daughter was getting ready for a party that just had a mad rush. Oh, goodness. Well, I hope they have fun at the party. I'm looking for like a nice bright. Oh, I'm going to do this one. It's a little stubby. I'm going to try it. Also, I want to check and see what size bead this is. The good and the bad band experiences. Man, one time I threw up at band camp because it was in Texas and it was literally like 110 degrees. And we would do like the morning portion outside before it, like once it started hitting like the mid 90s. We'd go in and have lunch, and the remainder of the day would be focused on, the music. But I guess I was just overheated. But I went and I barfed in the bushes, and I got right back to marching because that's just how we roll in band camp. Hey, Erica Evers, how goes it? So I think I have some white streamer. There it is. This is a new rod, so I'm going to kind of get in there. There's one. There's two. So I want to practice my dot placement. 3. I want to 4. I mean, there's placement of the dot, and then there's spacing of the dots as well. So I'm trying to make sure that I put my dots along the equator of the bead. And if it's not perfect, that's okay. Like, don't let perfection gets in the way of productivity and progress almost every single time. At least for me. I don't know if y'all can relate to that. But every single time I'd shoot for perfect, it's like, or I could just make a couple of more organic looking beads that will be beautiful for what they are, because to me, colorful, shiny things are just beautiful anyways. Like, I've never met a bead I didn't love. I never met a piece of gravel or a rock that I didn't think was beautiful. Like, or a plant that I wasn't like, you're fascinating. They're beautiful. So instead of focusing on the perfection, let's let it be what it's going to be. Oh, Al says that Itzy has a YouTube channel. Check it out and give her a sub. I'm in full support of that. Itzy, how's your Harry Potter coat of arms coming? Or is it a crest? This one time at band camp? Hey, Michelle. Nothing ever that exciting happened at band camp. Not for me, at least. Though I've always been a little bit of a teetotaling fuddy-duddy who's like, it's 9, it's my bedtime. Like, Witch and Gnome says, way too many band camp stories from all of us. If we start those, we'll never get work done. Oh, look, a distraction. So close to finishing, but it's taking so long. But it's so worth it. I've never in my life, Itzy, seen anything like it. And I think that's amazing that you're doing it and that you're putting in all the work on it and everything. Like, that is so cool. So I'm cheering for you. Christina says, I was born a basement child, hippie. Oh, nice. Oh, no. Oh, Minnie says, do you have a code for Parawire? I do not. I'm sorry. Though if you sign up for their newsletter, I think they send out periodic coupons and things, so you may be able to get a code. But no, we don't work directly with Parawire, like as far as we're not like affiliates or anything of theirs. I really love their product, and I just highly recommend them. So, and they take really good care of me. Like, anytime I need an order, like Joanna with Parawire is like an absolute dream. Like, if I ever got to meet her in person, I would just give a big ol' hug and like take her out to dinner and thank her for putting up with me. I just feel a tremendous amount of empathy for any professional person who has to put up with me on a regular basis, because I'm not good at writing emails. Bless her heart. And I mean that in the loving way, not in the, oh, bless your heart kind of way. Like, you know? Oh, Itzy. I'm too tired to be nice. I'm just spitting facts. Woo, hey, Anne. Oh, it's okay. We're still on our first bead. Ah. I went to the Master Gardener plant sale this morning, and it was awesome. They moved it into a section, like, I remembered it being bigger. But because there was one year, the first year that I was a Master Gardener, working on my volunteer hours to get my certification, I never got the certification. Shows started back up again, but I had a really good time, and I learned a whole bunch, and I need that more than I need a piece of paper saying that I'm certified. Ooh, so we've dabbed that green on there. I'm going to kind of zoom in just a bit, and hopefully y'all will be able to still see what's going on. And for anybody in the comments, just know I am definitely always going out of frame just to spite you. So please keep yelling at me in the comments. Hey Edwin, how's it going? But yeah, we're still on our first bead, and if I could just focus, we might get done with it. So yeah, from a lamp working perspective, we'll talk more about plants in a minute. From a lamp working perspective, I'm adding 5 dots because that's a tricky spacing for me that I really want to get figured out, because I kind of want to make star beads that are like kind of like a donut bead where it's got that hole in the middle, but you like looking at it. I want to do that, but with the 5 dots that are stacked, and then I want to drag them and make it look like a starfish, like kind of like starfish mermaid jewelry. So I'll need to get really good at stacking dots. Chrissy says, hi all. Wow, I missed the addition of dots. We'll be doing it again. Ooh, Minnie says, I'm just starting and wasting a lot of wire. I need more. Thought I would ask. Right on. Are you wasting or are you learning? Because if you're learning, it's not a waste. Every chef has dishes that they kind of just scrape into the trash can or feed to the dog. And every artist has their things that they're like, oh no, this was terrible. But if we learned, oh, there's a tremendous amount of value in that. All right. I think that's going to be as good as the camera gets. Will that be all right for y'all? AT said, oh, Al says, I try and support all the members of Not a Cult. Y'all make me so happy and proud to like be a part of y'all's community, because I'm just here. This is y'all's community. Y'all are the ones who keep showing up, so thank you. Etsy says, Ovan, I was watching my friend secretly sculpting. All right on. And she said she rated another artist. And it turns out he lives 10 minutes away from me. Oh my God, what a small world. I'm going to add a little bit more heat to this. And I'm going to try to make myself focus for just a bit. Hey, Penny. How's it going, beautiful? It's so good to see you again. We're setting glass on fire. Edwin says, it's going well. On adventure to give pup to his new owner tomorrow. Ah, Michelle stayed home with Nadja. Oh my gosh. Oh. Right on, Minnie. Oh, I'm glad to be helpful to you. Okay. Oh, yeah, that looks nice. They kind of just all melt in all at once, too. Nadja and Journey. Oh, sweet babies. Okay, so now I'm going to try to drag it. And this is the big thing that I want to like get more practice on. Ooh, how do I do it? Okay, I think I'll go like this. I'm going to heat it up just on one bead, just on one face, and I'm going to take my tungsten pick and I'm going to go, I'm going to go like that. So I know I just messed with the tripod a lot, but normally I'd be using my, oh yeah, now that's nice. I'd be using my graphite marver that's at a right angle bend to kind of brace my mandrel against. That way it provides a little bit of resistance. And I'm trying to do my best, but I'm not seeking perfection. Because a lot of this right now, I also need a little cup of Wawa. I like to use we have some friends who work at Lowe's who had us in mind whenever they were changing out the kitchen display. And these were the display countertops, like, so you could see like an example of the different like granites and marbles and stuff. And the store was just going to throw these out, so they thought of us. And so that's why I'm very pleased. I feel like this is nicer than any work surface I've ever had. It's like solid marble or something, or quartz, or I don't know. It's a really big flat rock, and I love it. But I like to use it as a heat sink for my metal tools whenever I forget to fill up my little Wawa. Sorry, I need to talk like a grown up. Like, I don't know why I talk like this. Sorry, guys. I've got a little cup of water that you hang out with like a baby once and changed forever. But yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's quite a bit of glass on here, and I don't know if you can see, but it's all wonky and weird. So I'm gonna try to gravity swirl this a little bit. Itzy says, don't worry, I make words up. Hey, Walk in the Rain, how's it going? Michelle says, hope you're feeling better, Penny. Sending healing energy to all who need it. Aw. You have very clean hair, Vaughn. Oh no! Did my head get in the way? I hope it's clean. I have like a dandruff problem, so if it's grody, don't judge me too hard. I wash it, I promise. I'm just a filthy little trash gremlin with a rash. Hey Tara, how's it going? So I'm getting this heated up so that hopefully the glass is always moving towards gravity, and it's always moving a little towards the heat as well, so we can use that to our advantage to try to unweird our bead. And then also I do enjoy using a nice graphite marver. Right on. Tara says, I'm going to tickle my like button if you would before you go. Apparently that super duper helps the algorithm and everything. Bye, Edwin. Have a great rest of your day. All right. I thought I'd be able to keep up with comments on both, but the phone comments are like super tiny, so I'm going to have to figure that out. Adding, just risking a little more heat. And I want to heat the surface of the glass and then kind of pull it out and let it soak in. And this is going to help us get that heat into the core of the bead without making the surface all molten and soupy. Because sometimes the surface of the bead, like when it's glowing hot, it'll be cooler in the center of the bead. So we do need to let that heat soak in, especially if we want to be kind of reforming and reshaping whatever it is that we've got going on. And I'm fixing to just be practicing being very accepting of my beads being wonky, just so I can move on to the next bead. Camille says, oh my God, you're on both. Weird double font. Wait, what's going on? Wax is not so bad here, pretending it's not so humid and sticky. Yep, I think that's just going to be how this bead is, and that's going to have to be pretty okay. It's making me bananas, though. I really wanted it to be like nice and even, but we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Bye, Witch and Gnome. Have a great rest of your day. It's right there that the bulge keeps happening. Christina says, need a long winter's nap, so relaxing to watch. Have yourself a nap. Sleep is so important. All right, that's it for you, bead. We're going to pop it into the kiln so it can anneal. And the kiln's sitting at around 970 degrees. Keep getting tangled on my thing. Erica says, what happens if you use a really small mold opening? Does it make a rib in the middle? Kind of. I'll show you, actually. We can get a little bit of it gives it, if you do it just a tiny bit, it gives it what I call like a pomegranate top, which I'm not going to do that on purpose. Just because then I have to file it down, but it does still happen quite a bit accidentally, so when it happens, I'll point it out. Ooh, I can lay down on the office bed and watch till I finally rest. Yes. Oh no. Even with the petition and everything, Camille? Okay, so I'm going to do another one in that exact same color scheme. So I do kind of, okay, before I'm going to use this like Cruella de Vil rod holder. And that way I can hold the rod without getting my hands all hot. They let all of us know in an email. Oh, what's happening? Like, did they just lose funding, or is it just time? Or I wonder what all of those old buildings are going to turn into. Not gonna lie, it'd be super cool to see an old, like, it, if they, maybe they're moving to someplace else, or hopefully there's something good to come of this, but rather than the building sitting there empty, it'd be really cool to see an art collective. Like, one that comes to mind is Lowe's Mill Art Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Oh my gosh, Camille. Michelle says, I feel you, Christina. No energy again today. Oh. So I've just heated up our white until it's running clear, and now I'm just rotating my left rod slowly. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to check in on comments in between beads or in between stages. So just to provide a little bit of structure so that we do actually get some work done today. And now before melting this in this time, I am going to keep my bead warm in the back of my flame. And I'm going to heat up this, I think it's an olive Nero. And again, I just want to point out, I'm not particularly any good at Lampwork glass. I started really applying myself in October of 2023, but I made my first beads back in 2018. So I've had the love of Lampwork glass in my heart for a long time, but I still very much consider myself a beginner. So I am more than open to advice and recommendations. And if you see me doing something that's like just flat out wrong, please let me know, because I'm learning from YouTube videos, other kick streamers, thank goodness, and books, and that's it for now. I'd love to be able to take a class one day, but today is not that day. Right on. Erica says, I personally love the wonky. Looks handmade that way. Right on. Well, that's cool to know. I do like them too, like, but except for when I don't. So in my heart, like when I see somebody else make one, I think it's beautiful. Like there's no question on that at all. But sometimes my expectations of what I ought to be making get in the way of me enjoying what I'm actually making. So it's constantly a practice. Oh, sleep deprivation. Let us lull you into the dream state, Christina. No subliminal. No subliminal. Yeah. No sublim. Nope. We won't try to hypnotize you while you're sleeping, I promise. Subliminal messaging. Look at us go. Oh, you're good. Well, I do feel as though autocorrect is actively working against all of us. I'm gonna. Whoop, there it goes. Okay. There we are. All right, so we're going to practice again the 5 dots. I'm just heating up our glass, keeping the bead warm, and I'm going to place 1 and cut the glass with our flame, rotating just a bit, 2, rotating, 3, rotating, 4, rotating 5. So the things that I'm looking at are my beads, are my dots the same size? If not, I can add a little bit of material, or I could remove a little bit of material. So by adding material, I let my bead cool some, and then I just apply a little bit more glass. If I wanted to remove some material, I'd let the rod in my hand cool down, and then I'd touch it and just remove just a little at a time. And when I do that, I do like to go ahead and melt it back into the rest of my rod. I'm going to set that down, and then I'm going to just rotate my bead in the heat, letting it melt those dots in. So I had an idea a week ago today while vending at Anime St. Louis, which was an absolute blast. I was just like, okay, what if all of the vendors were in on it? Because there were at least a couple hundred people in that dealer's room, like at any given time. It was packed all weekend. But if all the vendors were like in on it, and then just if one person started like evil laugh cackling, and then like on the other side of the room, another vendor starts evil laugh cackling, and then it just spreads until all the vendors are like, how free, like if you were just attending like an arts and crafts show and that started happening, how that would be wild. I'd just be like, I think I'm gonna go. Like, so I've been practicing my evil laugh just in case. Erica says I can't say abominable snow. Oh, me neither, girl. Me neither. Nope. Abominable snowman. I got half of it down. Right? Like at that point, do you just like join in? So this one, I'm going to leave just a little bit of white edge around each of the dots, because then as we melt it in, it'll leave just a little white line around it. And I think that has a pretty cool look as well, and I'd like to see how it translates into the drag that we're about to do. Hey, Holly. Ooh, thank you. I always feel like a hoodlum when I've got my shoulders out. Don't feel that way if I'm just wearing like a sleeveless shirt, but if it's a cold shoulder, I'm just like. Okay. So let's focus the heat up and let it soak on in. And just so that y'all can see a little of what I see when I have my purple glasses on. Hey, Beth, how are you doing? So that's what it looks like. So the fire looks really cool, I think, but I really love being able to see into the flame. Now, whenever I trade hands, I just keep that rolling motion going with my fingers, because otherwise my bead gets saggy and like whichever side hovers too long downward. I'm going to let it soak in just a little bit more. And so even when the bead's just a little too big, you can see how it gave us a little bit of a drag spot there. And this is okay because I'm going to be doing the rake pick, like the pick rake, I guess. I don't know. We're going to be using our tungsten pick to drag this to make so I'm not super torn up if I mess up the dots. But it's good practice to see what the limits of the bead itself are. So that way, if I'm ever working on a project where I do want nice, round, consistent dots, I'll know what not to do. Camille says, I'm making as much jewelry as possible before reunion and put it out. All proceeds to faculty. and stuff. Oh my God, that's amazing. That's so kind of you. Right on, Christina. Okay. So now I'm going to kind of press, press, press. And I don't want to apply too much pressure because if I really, sometimes that'll break my bead release. And that bums me out. The anti-Coke Coke. Okay, so now from here, and I feel pretty okay about having recovered that the shape on this one. So I don't want to heat it up to the core this time. I'm okay with just dragging on the surface. And the reason of that is I don't want to just, deform the shape of the bead. And so let's see if I can just come in a little. We're going to need to make it. I'm going to zoom back out so that y'all can see what is happening here on my marver. Oh, and I've broken my bead release. Well, I should have heated it up more. That way I didn't have to press so hard. This is why we're practicing. I'm going to see if I can heat that spot to like level it back out, because there's just that little crack in the bead release. So this one's just gonna be a little wonky, freeform bead, and we're gonna pop it on into the kiln. I do love that color. It's a great way to be able to use a dark, translucent, or opaque for the core of the bead, and then using a lighter color on top of it is doing that white dot. Oh, Big Bangs, 80s. Oh. Oh my gosh, Camille. Well, thank you, Beth. Actually, this is a great time to kind of do a soft announcement of we're gonna start selling our own tie-dye. Like Randy and I've put the big order together because I want to do, we've kind of made all the jewelry that we need to make for in the booth for other than just like we no longer need to keep mass producing, expanding. We can really just focus on unique pieces now, which I'm really excited about. But we really need to beef up our costumes. That's where we need to kind of focus on kind of making a bunch of stuff because it's pretty empty right now. We sold really well at DragonCon last year on everything. So Mama needs costumes. And it's fabric is quite expensive to purchase, and then I still have to sew it. And I'm going to be honest, I love sewing except for when I'm doing it. Does that make sense? Like I hate it. Oh, I'm so bad at it, and like nothing comes out the way that like you really have to pay attention to details on that one. And there's not a whole lot of wiggle room because like there's only so many ways to thread a sewing machine. So there's not a whole lot of room for creative variation when I'm working with my machine. And then I usually cut it wrong. And I hate doing hems. Like I don't know. I love sewing. I do, except for when I'm doing it. Oh, I forgot to do the white core on this one. Well, this is just how it's going to be. Beth said yes. Is that yes to the tie-dye or yes to the knowing what I mean about loving yet hating sewing? it's a skill that sewing is a skill that I'm really glad that I have, but I try to do it as little as possible. And so and fabric is very expensive. So I was like, we could sew all of our clothes from scratch. I'm kind of interested in going thrifting again, but what I really want to do is do tie dye, which is totally conducive to going thrifting because I just have to find cotton or rayon or linen clothing and then tie dye it, which I'm excited about. Yeah, the different spirals and patterns. I'm really, I personally love ice dye just because it looks like geode slices, and I'm really into that. If I could dress like a rock, I totally would. So, to the tie dye, yeah. And so I'm very excited for because I think the tie dye will look great. Some of them are going to be dresses that you can just wear, like not necessarily as part of a costume, but that they would go really well with our different, like kind of pixie and fairy esque costumes. Okay, so here, this is a good example of what happens whenever you have a more material than what the mandrel, well, it kind of leveled back out, but it was kind of just pinching the ends. So I'm going to see if I can do this standing. I'm getting that heated back up. And so if we come in here and we're trying to go, ooh, that's pretty nice. I actually really like standing and doing lamp work. So whenever we do this, if we come in and we kind of press, I'm not going to press too hard, but do you see how it kind of puckers that end up? If I do that very hard, it puckers it up and makes it look like a pomegranate. Oh, the tie-dyed bamboo fiber socks at Fish. Nice. Walk in the Rain says, how big and tall of shirts do you think you will have? The blanks that we have ordered are between, like, we ordered the sizes that were available from medium to 3X. So now I'm suspicious though, because some companies I'm an XL and some companies I'm a 5X. So I am going to kind of wait and see how generous their 3Xs are. But I'm a big girl, y'all. I want some comfy, flowy clothes that don't make me feel like a squeezed little sausage person, that are beautiful, and hopefully my aim on all of this is affordably priced. Hence the why we're purchasing blanks and going to thrift stores and stuff. So though I may, if the tie dyeing goes well, I may commission my niece who does enjoy sewing to sew us some blanks that I can then tie dye, because just buying like regular, like undyed plain fabric in bulk may be a really good way of going about it. But I don't want to bite off more than we can chew too much all at once. Itzy says, I was a machinist for about 27 years. I used the flat machine and the overlocker and the blanket stitch machine. Right on. An overlocker, is that like a serger? I'm gonna do a dot, boop, dot, boop, dot, boop, dot, boop, dot, boop. Will you also try some reverse tie dye? What's reverse tie dye? Is that where you use like bleach and then you dye in where the bleach was? Size 26, maybe. That's roundabout. That's roundabout my size. I'm 5'4". I'm 230 pounds, and I've got like 52-inch hips. Or I say hips, it's my tummy. No, I've got like not a whole lot of hips. Not gonna lie. could you make glass buttons? I think technically yes. I'd want to get the mandrel for it because it has like two holes that I would like, or two instead of one, it has two, and that way I can make like the buttonholes. Are you thinking for like clothing or for like the closures on beadwork? Start with a dark shirt. I've seen kits for it. Oh, nice. It's the one that cuts and folds the cotton over the edge to hold all together. Oh, okay. I would love to try everything in the whole wide world because I've been, I think, in a rut, y'all, because over the years we got into what was working for us with conventions, and then that started to, the convention bubble burst. There were just too many of them. Sales were just going down, expenses were going up. And so we had to change gears. And that was about in like 2018, we decided to start really changing gears. So in 2019, like 2018, we did like 32 shows, I think, um, throughout the year. And in 2019, we did five because we were just focusing really hard on like our online presence and different things, finding what was working for us there. And then the 2020, which was great. Like it went in line with it was just another punch to roll with. We were already changing gears, but we worked really hard because we were desperate to make the things that we were doing online work. And then for the past like probably at least the last solid year for sure, maybe the last year and a half, just what we were doing, the formula and like the habits and the patterns that we were getting into on YouTube started, something was off. And I had gotten, and still am, and this is me trying to scrape my way up out of it, very algorithmically minded. Like I wanted to keep maintaining, not, I mean, I wanted to pursue my art and stuff. But my priority was trying to maintain our new status quo because we have financial goals and like, all of these different things. Um, so, and I got into a little bit of a wire wrap rut, which was normally, whenever I'm doing something, I like for it to be on this wide open path of a creative journey and like, but whenever I get into a rut, I could be going in the same direction and doing the same exact thing, but I feel walled in by these other external and oftentimes internalized forces that are like, so I'm still doing wire wrapping, but I'm doing it because I feel like that's the only thing that I do that people are interested in. That's sometimes I feel like that's the only thing that I'm any good at, or the only thing that I have value to offer. But then I'm also feeling closed in by like at the time I don't want to use the term traumatized because that's like such a strong term, but I don't know what other word to use. But I was very upset by what I was seeing in the wire wrapping and creative community at the time, where people were just being, I don't think there's a way of describing it without cussing, but they were being terrible to each other about that's my design and blah, blah, blah. And it's like these different things where it's like they're just, people were attacking each other, which makes me uncomfortable. Like I want to be in a creative environment where I feel like I can pursue whatever I'm interested in without being attacked by someone. If my wire wrap tree of life, this is not an accurate example, this is just the first thing that popped into my mind. If my wire wrap tree of life on a blue flash labradorite wrapped in copper in a particular, like with like a braided bezel or something, looks like theirs, like their wire wrap tree of life with a Celtic themed bezel, like, you know what I mean? Like, and I see it happening in the fiber communities as well, but my core identity and perception of self is not of being a fiber artist. Being a wire wrapper is a lot closer. I do enjoy crochet and stuff, but doing wire wrapping is a lot closer to, my core than most other things because I've been doing so much of it. So I felt trapped in, afraid of getting lashed out at by, people that I admire and respect, and afraid of getting lashed out at for exploring my creativity. And that really stifled my creativity. And I'm not blaming other people. this is entirely, me getting into my own head about it. But and then I had this breakthrough like 6 months ago, probably, that it's like, I'm not a wire wrapper. I wire wrap, but I'm not a wire wrapper. I'm not a gardener. I garden, but I'm not a gardener. I think my core identity that I would like to return to is I am a student, and I am a teacher, and I am a friend, hopefully. I could always be a better one, but I'm doing my best. And I want to pursue what I am interested in again without, and it's so tricky because the creative side of me wants to pursue what I'm interested in without these confines of needing to be able to pay my bills off of it and needing to be able to see as much and as immediate of a return as possible. But then the business side of me is like, or you could keep doing what you know works and hope that it gets better, or keep like working harder. And I'm like torn between these two very valid perspectives. And so I decided this morning, with Randy's encouragement, fuck it, I'm making tie-dye. So, and people can yell at me in the comments. I'm done. Thank you for the engagement. Not done with wire wrapping or anything, but I'm done being worried about, a person cannot make everyone else happy, but we can make ourselves happy. And then we can share it with the other people who are there to be shared with. So thank you guys for being here to be shared with. Or shiny knife fights. This means, oh no. Humans can be so unkind. Animals are great. That's true, but animals don't watch my YouTube channel. Or at least, I don't know. You should leave it on for like the cats next time y'all go somewhere. My degree is in sculpture. Wire wrapping is like tiny sculptures people might actually buy. Right on. Joe says, sorry, playing with fire here, but almost nothing in jewelry these days hasn't been done before. There are a few original designs left. Right? And I think I just need a break from the rut that I have dug myself into. And I think I tend to do that. I'll take something that I love and I will do it until I've dug myself into a rut. So I'm very excited to be coming back up out of said rut. So this has 2 stacks of beads on it. And I think I'm going to try to make them into like earring pairs. That's kind of what I'm going to do for the rest of the day, I think. I tried something new. It was scary. So I'm going to go back to my comfort zone for a minute. And this is a small size 3. And then in a future live stream or tutorial, we will show y'all how to use these beads in a chainmail, earring, or bracelet, or what have you. Size 3. Camille says, my animals do. Oh, nice. And says, for bead closures. Oh, that would be super cool. For bead closures, do you prefer a flat button, Anne, or do you prefer like a cupped button, kind of? I'm just heating in our bead release. Elle says, we evolve as people and as artists. When you stop evolving, it's production, not art. Yeah. I'm ready I feel like I'm in Spore and I'm ready to evolve again. So we'll see where we go with it. But I am certainly always, regardless of whatever it is that we're doing, I'm going to be vlogging it and I'm going to be live streaming it and I'm going to be sharing my day with y'all because y'all are delightful and make the mundane feel magical. So thank you guys. But also I have to stock my booth up for Dragon. 16 weeks. Screaming intensifies. I can make more ceramic buttons to sell. $1 for 4. Oh my god, that's a really good price. Right on, cat. Oh my god, the bath salts you sent are amazing. I love them. How's the birdie mushroom coming along? I haven't touched it since the last time we live streamed together. Though actually, oh, I don't know if that's true. I got the turkey tail mushrooms put, turkey tail-esque, put onto the platform. But I'm hoping we can get it done probably this coming Friday. My goal is to get my production done through the week of what needs made, and then on Friday we can work on that sculpture again. Just adding a little bit more glass. Oh my god, thank you, Minnie. It is, if I can be helpful to anybody in any way, because I've been feeling kind of wretched, like just trying so hard and feeling like nobody wants to feel like a chronic failure, you know? And it's not coming from out, external. Like Randy's very supportive, all of y'all are so supportive. But it's my accounting hamster was really having a go at me. So just trying to get my head right. Jean says, are you making beads to sell to us? Possibly. We are making beads for making jewelry out of. I think some of them may make it into the shop. Because currently I have a little bit of a loose plan. I think we're going to do 2 cabochon like shop updates a month, and then 1 bead shop update, and then 1 jewelry shop update. Just kind of to have a little bit of a structure so that I know what I need to make for, but it's a loose enough structure that we can kind of just go ham. So, because I think that's where I function best, is to have a very general gist of where I need to be going. There we go. And if there's a 5th weekend, it'll be a wild card. There's no telling what we might do. We may just run a sale. I kind of want to call it a blue moon sale, but there's not always necessarily a blue moon. Two, 3, 4, and oh, see my spacing? It's kind of rough. Where's the biggest gap? That would be the one. So I'm going to try to find the largest gap. Ooh, Randy and I saw a box turtle today. I hope he made it across the road, little guy. I wasn't allowed to get out and save him because there was a car right behind us, but the car behind us dodged him too, so hopefully he made it. Ooh, can the poopy beads get chucked in a booty box? I normally give the poopy beads away as freebies. So I'm going to heat that one up, and then I'm just going to use this little spatula to kind of press it that away. So like if somebody orders some beads, I'll give them some duds in there, like as if like a freebie. Or I'll use it in my own work. Because oftentimes I'll be able to wire wrap them to hide any flaws. Like, so long as the bead isn't broken, if it's just silly looking, sometimes people absolutely love that. Sometimes we list them to the website just with it being like wonky bead, and we'll put a discount on it. Though we will be putting Lampwork glass beads into our June craft along kits, which I guess that's what I should be working on. Because we're doing a whole bunch of like reds and oranges and golds for June, because the theme is dragonflies, but it's also summer, so So I've changed gears yet again. We're going to be making, after this one, I'm going to make dragonfly heads. Oh no, Joe says, man, making sheet is a damn workout. Jean says, we like silly beads. I like silly beads too. Ooh, Cat and Cauldron says, making breakfast and got a double tiller in my frying pan. Is that when there's 2 yolks and 1 egg? A double tiller? How do you like your eggs cooked? I've been trying them over medium lately. Whatever that means. Okay, I think 1 more layer will get us where we're going. And the nice thing is, as I add more dots, it kind of helps very slightly balance things out. Sunny side up with all the white cooked. Nice. Ooh, level 5 Cat and Cauldron. That's how I like my eggs over medium. Nice. Especially if I'm having them with toast. Scrambled with onions and cheese with a side of salsa. Ooh, that sounds good. Man, y'all, I hot pocketed myself this morning we made like mashed banana and peanut butter quesadillas for breakfast with those carb balanced tortillas. And I drizzled a little bit of honey on it because all things in moderation, including moderation apparently. And then I bit it and I should have known that it was going to be full of actual and pure lava, but it got me. I don't know if you can see, but I'm mega, it's healing quick. I put some ointment on it, but hurt the crap out of myself. Elle says, y'all making me hungry. We're just hobbits. We're hobbits who craft. And it's like second breakfast was a long time ago. So I'm letting my bead be relatively cool because otherwise, you see how the white got pulled to the front on that dot? That's because the white was very warm. And so whenever I put the molten green on it, it distorted it. So keeping the bead warm but cool. I don't want there to be any perceptible glow to the bead if I can help it. And then boop. And then bloop. And I'm afraid I've made our bead too large now, but we'll see. I'm going to melt in the tip of our rod just to keep things tidy. Ooh, times for 11sies here. Yep, cook the white and let me be able to dip my toes. Just love eggs in general. Yeah. Also love my hard-cooked eggs and potato salad. Ooh, yes. Call eggs in a basket, toad in a hole. Yeah. We call it hole in toast as kids, but Randy's family called it egg and hole when they were kids. And then I've heard toad in a hole. I've heard egg in a basket. Oh, what else was there? I thought there was another one. We currently still are not selling to Canada, Beth, but we're going to be we're getting the website redesigned again. And so we are giving it a very serious look at what we need to do to be able to sell internationally. So stay tuned for that, because trust me, I want to be able to take your money and send you jewelry and beads and all the good things. Alright, so this one's pretty large, but that's okay. So I'm going to try this on our 1/4 inch mandrels. And I'm taking my purple lenses off so I can see. We're going to use this orange. Let me go ahead and move that over there. We'll keep the white out. I'm going to bring this beautiful Lausha yellow. Oh, I'm going to get a little butternut. A slightly darker orange. Ooh, is this one kind of translucent? Yeah, those will be really good. Nice and fiery. I'm afraid these are going to be pretty big, but because I was going to have them be dragonfly heads, but we may just do a separate tutorial for June anyhow, utilizing beads. I think we'll do a spinny pendant. That'll be really cool, and we'll guide y'all through making like a wire frame and then making the. I'll have to look and see. I don't know if we've ordered the wire for June yet. I think we have, and so that's a big factor in how we design whatever the project's going to be. Oh, right on to me. Thank you, Drex. Drex says, I love your hair lately. Adorable. Thank you. I'm really pleased with how it's growing back out. Ooh, Lynn says, will you be making any cicada jewelry? I hope so. If I can, I have one cicada that I found in my mailbox who passed away. And I'm like, well, I definitely need to make jewelry out of you. Just saying. You died in my mailbox. It's only fair. He says, my stepson, which is 5 years younger than me, taught me how to fix eggs in a basket. He's 11 years old at the time. Oh, wow. Whoop. I was reading comments instead of paying attention, so my glass started drooping. Is that okay? So I'm just heating and stretching our glass around, trying to build up the material, just touching it too, building it around, slow and steady. There we go. We could make little mini donut beads. I think that would be cool. In fact, that's what I'm gonna do. The ADHD really is powerful today, you guys. I don't think I've stuck with a plan longer than half a bead, but oh, it's not messed up. Oh no, it takes way more than reading comments to mess up the beads. I'm just distracted is all. Ooh, yes. So I do like, even though this 3/16 inch mandrel doesn't fit into the mandrel slot on my Marver, I still really love, I'll let it sit. I have to be gentle so it doesn't knock off my bead release. But I just let it sit on top of the graphite and then I just roll it. Sometimes I overwork it, but that's why I'm getting practice. And by overwork it, I mean I'm doing more harm than good at the actual bead shape. And so it's a little oblong. So I'm going to heat in one spot and then just kind of let it hang. Then I'm going to heat in on the the other side. And then just let it hang. We may be able to come here and use our right angle marker. Oh yes, that's very nice. Okay. Okay, yes to the mini donut beads. So we're going to use that orange as the base, that darker orange. Now we're using a slightly lighter orange we're going to do our 5 dots. So I'm going to go blue and blue and blue and blue. There we go. Oh my god, that's only 4. It's going to be a mini square donut. Don't ever feel like you have to stick to the plan. Creativity happens, whether we're willing participants or not sometimes. Or at least this one will be. I think every single kit's going to be a little different in June, you guys. So I want them melted in, but not like melted in, if that makes sense. Like I don't want it to go full surface tension, like bubble out. But I am going to take it, I'm going to go very gently, just turning and pressing. Oh, I love this marker, you guys. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's like a square. Ooh. Ooh, a black bead with cranberry dots would look like a large. Drex says, I made my first wire crescent moon. Oh, turned out pretty decent. Thank you so much for your awesome tutorials. Oh, it's my pleasure to be helpful to you. That's super cool. I really like, that's a fun design. I love making moon themed stuff. So we're just gonna whoop there on the tip. And then we're gonna whoop there on the tip. And then we're gonna whoop there on the tip. And then we're gonna whoop there on the tip. And then we're gonna melt that in a bit. If I take the glasses off, I'll show you how it looks different. It burns my eyeballs directly out of my skull. No, so if you can see, like how that, it just reduces the soda flare. So it reduces eye fatigue. It's better for long term. It's like welding goggles, but less intense. I think is probably the best way I can put that. So now I'm going to heat up. This is Knipophia. Kniphopia. I don't know. It's a Creationist messy color. It's a really nice translucent orange. And then I'm just going to do some repetition of that stacking of dots and see what happens. So there's boop. And there's boop. And there's boop. And there's boop. Sweetheart, the world. And there are many paths to tread through shadow to the edge of light until the stars are all aligned through shadow, cloud and shade, all shall fade, all shall fade. Cherry tomatoes intensifies. I'm gonna get a rabbit and name it Denethor. And then we can name one Merry and Pippin. Ooh, look at that. Oh, it was heated up. Okay. Oh, that's so cool. I'm gonna decorate it with some like little dots maybe when we're all done. Oh, well, thank you, Christina. Oh, wait, see. Oh, that's hilarious. Poor little guy. Itzy says, "Oh, Vaughn, I just nearly spat my drink out laughing. My fella's on the Xbox playing Red Dead 2 with his friend, and his friend brought his 10-year-old son to play. And all I could hear was the squeaky voice ask if he could get a girlfriend in the game. And when they said no, he said, oh man, I can't get a girl in game and I can't get a girl in real life. And I look good. The struggle, bro. Man, it starts early." Oh, bless his heart. Right? Oh, excuse me. Oh, I don't remember what the last color I added was. I think it was that one. Please don't blow up on me. Okay, so I'm gonna do this orange on top again. These mandrels get pretty warm, and that's okay. It's just something I need to watch out for. I wish they were just a smidge longer, but again, that's okay. Boop. 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 And boop. Getting that color down. Oh no, Jane says my caps button is really messing up, y'all. Oh. Do you use your caps button a lot? I used to, and then I found out that you could press shift and just have like one thing be but I also always accidentally hit it when I click like A. So it's all wonky. But okay. I think that's going to be a pretty neat little bead though. I'm interested to see how that comes out. I certainly like the shape. And I'm hoping we'll be able to wire wrap it like this direction, kind of. I don't know. We'll see. Let me turn off my torch for a minute. Take a little bit of a glasses break. Oh, well, thank you, Itzy. The eye fatigue is super real on this stuff, you guys. Like sometimes I feel like I'm not blinking enough. And I'm really glad that I have my blast shield. The heat on my face is still quite a bit, and like my knuckles are all scorched, but I'm very happy. I'm not complaining. It's important to take breaks. I find that if I take breaks, early on in my crafting session and then frequently throughout, like about every hour or so, I can get more crafting done for longer throughout the day because I'm not just like completely whooped. It's really good, I think, to take little breathers. Oh gosh, Joette, that's so wise. Joette says, my heart feels for him. It's hard when you don't understand how the life works, and we never understand it all, right? I bet if any young person just works hard to be their best selves and a good friend and a good partner, then somebody else who's putting in the work will find, and they'll find each other and they'll be happy together. That's my hope. Ooh, Itzy says, can you wear fingerless flame-proof gloves to save your knuckles? Maybe. Oh yeah, definitely. Trying my best to protect my eyesight. That's why I wear the glasses. It is scientifically proven that breaks improve productivity. Well, on that note, I'm going to go get some dark chocolate covered espresso beans and do an oil change. So I'll be right back, you guys. The beans. Forgot my water. That coffee bean went right down my throat. But okay. Cass says, you go, girl. I'm going. All right. So now I'm going to grab my little spatula. Cleaning off. Ooh, Cricket says I have my watch set to prompt me to stand every hour while crafting. Nice. I raise my water to your cup. Cheers, everybody. Happy crafting. What are y'all working on today? What are you up to? How's your Saturday going? Oh, I keep getting a sunblock in my eyeball. It's a new bottle of sunblock, and it's not runny, but it's runnier than my old bottle. So it likes to get in my tear ducts, and that's okay. It just burns. Ooh, going to Porch Fest, and then may get to run into a guy that I just met. Ooh, Christina, what's Porch Fest? Still doing the Hogwarts crest. Nice. Hey, Wizarding Arts. Oh my God, how are you doing? I just realized I had put my microphone back on. Ah, a knowing run into. Okay. Hey, Latney, how's it going? Let's do at least one more bead in that color scheme. And then I think I'm going to do something else again. We'll see. Ooh, good music. Nice. Cricket says working on a 16 gauge stainless steel JPL wallet chain. Hey, Lydia. Very cool. So swamped. Glad today's show was canceled for rain. Oh, goodness. Well, better for them to cancel it than make everybody show up and it be like wet and miserable, you know? So I'm going to heat up our mandrel. And I think I'm just going to do a mess of dots on this one. Maybe raised bumpy dots. That would be a really fun thing to practice. I wonder if I should have pulled some stringer first. I don't know. We'll see. Knitting a cardigan. Very cool. Making a display out of embroidery hoops and chicken wire. Nice. I'm just doing whatever beads I feel like doing right at that particular moment, Lydia. I have tried to make a plan. I've lost count of how many plans I have made and then immediately abandoned. So I'm going. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going there. I'm dragging you with me. Wow, knitting a cardigan. That's got to be. I feel like that's something that would take me all year. How's your progress going on it? Oh, that'd be so cool, Christina. Cross stitching as I listen to your lovely voice. It's very, very meditative. Oh, I'm so glad to get to keep you company. What are you cross stitching? I'm just gonna sit that mandrel down for just a sec because I have an itch. There we go. Oh, a picture of my niece for her grandparents. Oh, that's cool. Then applying my glass. Trying to go nice and even with it. I'm applying the glass a little slower on this one, just to see if I can lay it down thicker. Boop, 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 boop. Just add a little around the edge there like that. Right on, Lydia. I'm gonna trade hands because these 1/4-inch mandrels kind of wear my hands out. Wow. On the last sleeve now, started the cardigan at Christmas. Nice. Very cool. That's so cool to be finishing up a project. Like, I love that feeling. Okay, so I'm just gonna heat it. I think I need to go a little slower instead of just like bam, getting it into the heat and getting it molten. Because then I have such a tendency to things will go a little weird. There we go. Because that's the nice thing about this. It kind of gets in the way of production, but I kind of like it because it forces constant problem solving. And that is each bead demands its own attention. I can't treat this bead the way I treated the last bead because that last bead needed what it needed, and this bead needs what it needs. Like, does that make sense? Because this one's got a weird little lump like right there, so I need to smooth that out. But it's also looking pretty fair and decent so far. Ooh, oh, I'll have to check those out, Christina. And so I'm just going to come around and kind of almost using the marver as like a smear to like smooth and shape that glass. I'm going to add just a little bit more material. It is a nice feeling to finish your work. It really is. It's very satisfying. Heating that up and just rotating, letting it seep and soak in. I'm going to give the flame a little more heat. There we are, feeling pretty good about that. Yes. And so I'm going to heat this up. That's our, if we have a yellow and a light orange and a dark orange and then a translucent orange, this is our light orange. So our medium tone. And I'm just gonna go like boop. And I want to do more than 5 on this one. Let's go for maybe 8. So there's 1, and then I turn it, 2, and then turn it, and then 3, and then turn it. Ooh, and then I'll split the difference. Boop. There we are. That's a much nicer square than before, but I'm not going to do this one a square. I'm going to go boop and cut them in half. And then boop. And then boop. And then boop. Yes, the boop. Ah, oh, I do enjoy that so much. Ooh, Beth says, do you still put the finished beads in the kiln? I do. The glass still needs annealed. It's sitting, I've got the kiln set at like 970 degrees, and it'll sit all day and I can just add beads into it. And then when I've put my last bead in, I set a timer for an hour, and then after an hour, I turn it off, and it cools. It's a brick-lined kiln, so it cools over the course of many hours, but it gives us a nice, stable reduction of the temperature. And I think it works out pretty well. We haven't had any feedback so far from folks about our beads breaking, and I've not had any of my beads break from the annealing process. I dropped quite a few in like the stems of some of my mushrooms broke off, but that's just learning what they can, put up with. If you drop a glass, drinking glass, it breaks, that's just how glass is. Um, but I've not had anything just be sitting there and then like pop or, just crack for no reason. I've broken plenty of stuff off the torch before putting it into the kiln too, though. Ember has been hanging out so much up in Abby's room in the attic. Ember's still really enjoying it's nice and warm in the attic, and Ember loves that. So she did come out and spend some time with me in the garden this morning. It was lovely. There was a little bit of a lightning thunderstorm north of us, but it hadn't started raining, at least not till it passed our point of view. Oh no. I don't know where. I'm going to have to heat him up. Okay. Trying to see where my dots are. Those really melted in there pretty well, didn't they? Okay. Well, I think that's just going to be this one. Though I am going to do some translucent orange. Next time I'll need to put yellow in between the dots so I can see them better whenever I've got them melted in. Yeah, Z-Dog still has his cone on today. 1, 2, 3. Though we had it off of him for a little while this morning too. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There we are. Oh, Camille says my dad just got home from the hospital. Yay! Oh, I'm glad he made it home. Okay, I don't want to melt them in. Oh, I love that. Little nubbies. Boop, boop. Into the kiln with you. Oh, my knees. Snap, crackle, papa. Finish a bead, get a bean. What do we want to make next? I'm going to keep working on these oranges. Lydia says, did you do a gardening update? I love seeing you and Fur Family and always the chickens. Miss field trip with the chickens. Well, we did a garden update for late April. And I think this evening and tomorrow I'll be recording an early May garden update because, oh my God, the yard is so overgrown. I think I'm going to have to go out there with Randy's machete and do some yard work just on cutting down the grass and like the clover and stuff because it is getting wild. But we also have some more mulch and we're going to be getting, I think the feed store's already closed today, so that part's going to have to wait till Monday, but we're going to start the recording tonight probably whenever I go out and plant. Because this morning I should have gotten some before footage, but I planted some salvia, some like red blooming salvia and some sage, just regular like kitchen, like what you would use for cooking, garden sage, in Sam Dog's bed. And his alliums are fading, but his irises are coming up. And I'm really excited about that. And then Oh, really? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Out in the desert like that. That's wild, Drex. In 2014. Oh, we spent a weekend in Phoenix, Arizona, helping a friend vend at the Phoenix Comic Con. We weren't there with our own booth. We were just there helping them with theirs. So it was a little bit like a vacation. It's always more fun to set up somebody else's booth than my own booth, you know? It's always more fun to clean someone else's kitchen than my own. There we are. Just building up into a nice big disc bead, and then we're going to start melting it in evenly if we can. Drex says, and I'm from Florida, not used to cold. It gets freezing at night, like 30 degrees cooler than the 115 in the day. Oh my gosh. But yeah, when we were in Phoenix, we didn't realize until we got back to like mid Oklahoma when stuff started turning green again that we had been just a little tense because we were from Tennessee at the time. You know, we had just moved to Missouri. Everything's very, very green for sure. But it was beautiful. My gosh, it was in May. So all of the cactuses were flowering and they just looked like they were marching into the west with flower crowns on. It was beautiful. Yeah, hot but no humidity. I do better in humidity, I think. I was getting nosebleeds from how dry the air was. Like my sinuses had dried out and like cracked. I'm definitely a little swamp gremlin. Like I love the humidity. Because like I mean, as long as I have a fan and air conditioning and body powder. But no, I do prefer the humidity, I think, to the desert. Been to the US 3 times, 11 of them to Las Vegas on conference. Oh wow. Yeah, folks were saying to me at the time, they were like, oh, but it's a dry heat. And I'm like, so is my oven. Jiminy Christmas is hot. No, in May it wasn't too bad. It just felt like high summer. Yeah, I think if I had stayed for actual summer, I would have just died, like turned directly into a prune and had to have been like mailed home or something. It's just a big prune. Oh, now that melted in beautifully. But no, in Tennessee, it was so humid. If you walked outside, because we'd keep the house as cool as we could keep it. And we'd walk outside onto the porch, and it would be like, it wasn't sweat, it was moisture, humidity directly out of the air, condensing on our skin, and then running in little rivulets. And then the sweat came. Oh my gosh, Camille. Tonsillitis. Drex as well, us too. Oh no. Okay, so now we're going to do that yellow in between just to see what happens. So there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and let's do 4. I don't know if this is very even, but I'm trying. That's not very even at all, is it? Well, that's okay. We'll do this one with 5. Why not? Nobody knows what I'm going to do next. Not even me. Alice says, I like warm and dry. Warm and dry is nice. Hot and dry, I'm just sweaty. Like, sweating soup, I call that in Florida. Yeah, oh no. Yeah, no, it's humidity is a way of life. Like, there's just a whole lot of staying inside. but I was learning to garden at that time too, so I did spend a lot of time outside as well. Okay, I got a little ahead of myself. I need to melt these dots in just a smidge before. Yeah, no, definitely having contrast between the seasons is really nice. I liked Ohio. It was, you got the worst of everything, but it was pretty good. Like I lived in southern Ohio for a while as a kid. Because like I was born in northern Ohio, but I wasn't like completely sentient for like most of that. And then when I was like 10, we had moved to southern Ohio and we stayed there for 3 years. And I loved it. There was snow in the winter. It was good and hot in the summer, so it was always fun to go swimming. And fall was beautiful and spring was very dramatic. Okay, I'm letting that, like there was enough snow that we could build like little snow forts and snowmen and stuff, and that was a lot of fun. Okay. Ooh, Al says South Central Ontario, Canada. We still get hot summers. Oof. Yes, Christina says lots of gorgeous parks, woods, and rivers in Ohio. Yeah, Southern Ohio is very much like northern Alabama. Just the other side of if you went over the mountain, it seems, in the Appalachian Mountain Range, at least as far as I understand it. But you just start getting into those rolling foothills, and it's just beautiful. So now I can see the yellow just a little better than what I could these orange dots. So I'm just heating up the orange, or light orange, and putting it on top of the yellow dot. And then I'm going to melt this in, and I'm going to do a yellow dot again, and I'm going to melt that in, and then I'm going to do the orange standy uppy dot, I think. Wow, Al says I used to drive long haul, so I've driven most of the states. Nice. Oh, and Nika says, your beads are so beautiful, Vaughn. I wish it was possible to send them to Sweden. I'm hopeful. I'm really hopeful that with the new website redesign, we'll be able to figure out how to get shipping internationally again. So I'm very hopeful. Because like I had said earlier, I really want to take your money and send you jewelry and beads and stuff. Like, I too want to be able to send things to Sweden. I'm not certain what you're asking, Lydia. Oh, I love that. In fact, I don't think I'm gonna melt those in all the way. I think I want to leave them like that. Boop. Beep boop. Rainy in San Jose today. Nice. No. What were some of your favorite regions to drive through, Al? And 5. There we go. Ah, Al says cool because I still wanted lab pendant from you. Nice. Hey Amanda, how's it going? Texas rain? What's that? And the sprinkler comes out of the sky. That was something that was really cool whenever we were in Phoenix. We were walking like through like the shops and restaurants and stuff. They had these misters, just like mist and water. It felt really nice, and it was just such a cool atmosphere. And there were no mosquitoes. Now that was very nice. Yeah. Who's my good big baby girl? Hey Ember. Meow 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 meow. She says, "Oh, what a good kitty. You licking your chops? You just have some breakfast? Yeah, you're such a good girl." Ooh, Sarah says, I bought a pair of your blue Lampwork beads, made earrings out of them, not for sale, love them, all mine. Nice. Alice's Colorado. It is beautiful out there. Randy and I have never been to Colorado together, but I had gone to Colorado 3 times throughout high school as part of a marching band, like a trip kind of thing. Oh, well, you had typed, I ever lived in Chattanooga. I didn't know what that meant. Just statement that I lived in the Chattanooga, Tennessee area was beautiful, but summer was very warm. Chattanooga is gorgeous. They have a very good aquarium there too. Like I really like Chattanooga, like as a city. At least last time we were there, like 6 years ago. So it's been a while since we've done a Chattanooga convention. Driving the mountains was cool. Oof. I wonder if that was stressful, or like is it just like interstate but cooler scenery? So I'm rolling our beads, rolling my beads downtown, walking fast, hold on, na 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 na, and I need you, na 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 na. Ooh, Sarah says I'm playing Manor Lords today. So much fun. Tell me everything. Elsa's would love to do the mountains on my bike. Nice. That'll be someplace we'll have to go and camp sometime. Bumped my elbow. Oh, I didn't finish the bead, but I had a bean anyways. Everything's okay. It just exploded. Little silver glass popped off. That's all right. Boop. 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 Gotcha. That's crazy. Elsa's just different with climbing the mountain and tunnels and seeing a lake and a marina on top. Oh my gosh. That is wild. Christina says, I'm so excited to say I'm shopping for a 3/4 guitar and a bass. What's a 3/4 guitar? I hope you find one. Based on our discussion recently on a chat about learning to play. Oh, Christina, I think you'll do great. I super highly recommend trying out that Musician app. It's free. Well, it does have a free version. I use the paid version and it's totally worth it. But that was after I had used the free version pretty consistently for like a month. I was like, all right, yeah, I would totally love to be able to play more than just 10 minutes a day. Oh, it's smaller. Well, that'll be cool. I'm going to type it and send it. That's the name of the app? Okay. What are we to do next? Ooh, that'll be cool. Let's do that. I'm going to do yellow core on this one. I'm going to do another 3/16 just because I have so many of them prepped. Feel like I kind of may as well. Christina says, student guitars are cheaper but often have great sound. Yeah, I think the one that I have is a student classical guitar. And I'm perfectly happy with it. Good morning, Mel. How's it going? Ooh, I kind of want to use that color. So I've got a very popping Lausha orange here. And so I think I'm just going to try to bust out a few beads with it, like just kind of plain, because I think it's going to have this beautiful marbling in it. That's why it's popping so much, or was last time I was using it, is because there's different layers of colors going on within the glass. Like, I don't know if you're able to see that, with those different colors happening in with the layers. And so I'm just out in the cooler end of my flame. Michelle says they had some awesome ones at the storage unit thrift store. I didn't have the money for them, so I didn't ask for how much they were, but one had a scorpion on it. Oh, that's so cool. Camille says my son bought his practice bass on Amazon. Came with a little amp. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Ooh, travel guitars. Have to check that out. Bit cool this morning. Oh, that's nice. If you don't mind me asking, where are you at that it's morning? It's 2:20 in the afternoon here. So I just like to go slow and steady whenever I know that it's a glass that's going to be popping on me. You can see where it's broken. Okay. This is going to be a very fussy one. So I'm just trying to get that melted in. There we go. Look at you go. Woof. And so now I'm just going to touch that to my glass and I'm going to start pulling and building around, just pulling the glass out like taffy. There we are. It's a nice big blob of glass. I'm just building that around. Let's check from the side and just trying to get an idea of the weight of the piece. Any areas that feel low or need more glass. Oh, Joe says 1.5 millimeters to go. 0.05 millimeters at a time? Bro, what's the math on that? How many more pass-throughs do you have to do to get it down to size? Wow, Southwestern Ontario, says Angie. Nice. Too many. I need an electric bill. Oh no. So I'm just kind of rolling. And then I'm reheating our glass. Ooh, okay. Master Gardener plant sale this morning. The year that I forget which year it was, but I had gone and I wanted to get my Master Gardener certification, and we did some volunteering. Randy wasn't like officially involved, but typically if I'm somewhere, he's helping just out of his nature, which is awesome. He was very, very helpful. But we volunteered to help with the plant sale that year, and it was the last year that it was at the like museum, one of the museums here in Carthage, um, which they had a great big yard, and they had somebody with a trailer who like brought all the seedlings and everything that all of the other master gardeners had grown and donated. And the prices were like phenomenal. And since I was helping with setup, I knew where everything was and it was in stock. And it was based purely off of that one experience. I really do think I could live my entire life very happy working at a small nursery. Like not necessarily like the plant section at Lowe's, but like just at like a small nursery. And it was just so much fun getting to chat with people about their plants and be like customer servicey a little bit and like plants. But then we went the next time we went to the plant sale, it was at the Crossline Ministries grounds, which is very cool. They've got like a greenhouse and stuff. And then this year we went back and it's at that same location. Oh, this is the perfect bead. That came out great. Size 4. And we're just going to pop that on into the kiln because I want to see how they look when they're just being beads. Like this color, just straight, you know? Really just a flat mill for sheet. It isn't too horrible. You're trying to move a lot less material at once. Gotcha. Oh, thank you, Lydia. Sorry, I'm having a Charlie horse. There we go. That got it. Gotta drink my Wawa. But yeah, those thicker rods. Woof. Oh, well, let's do another one. But it was a little smaller this year. It was all under the shade. And honestly, it was already open for like 20 or 30 minutes. So it could have already been picked over because lots of folks get their very first thing and pick out plants. They had a ton of tomatoes. They had a bunch of peppers. But so far, knock on wood, the groundhog in the backyard has not been harassing my peppers and tomatoes. He's just been eating my peas, and he sat all over my zinnias, I think, because they were still there. If he had eaten them, they'd have been missing, but I think he just rubbed his butt all over them and then went on about his day. Right? Oh, I love starting seeds too, Lydia. It's an absolute blast. Okay, so I'm gonna start low and slow. heating this rod back up. So that's why I'm like waving it in the glass, is because I'm a big baby. I'm a scaredy cat. I don't want it to pop and burn me. The fear of the pain is worse than the pain itself, but it's still good to be careful. Oh, Michelle says we have moles. They are a pain. They are. Sam and Z's mama, Hazel, used to dig. She dug trenches through the yard, but it fixed the mole problem. But then we had a twist your ankle trench yard that we had to get figured out. But I remember she would come back in and she had like this big like dirt smudge right on the tip of her nose, where I guess it was a little too high up for her to be able to reach when she like licked her chops. But she would dig and dig and dig and dig and dig. Woo! Thank you, Drex. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear it, but there's music going. Thank you so much. Welcome to our Happy Crafter Club. Thank you so much for your support. Oh yeah, we have holes everywhere from the dogs and puppies. Oh man. Oh. They're little menaces. That's okay though. Put some fairy wings on them and think of them as the fae just wreaking havoc in your garden. All right, so we're heating up a nice big glob. Super grateful that it didn't pop and anything like that this time. Whoop, there's that. Trick says, yeah, I had the window open on my other. Oh, just didn't take the time to do it. Glad to be here. Well, we're glad to have you. Now, we stream currently, our stream schedule is every Saturday from noon to 5. We do a Kick and YouTube live stream. Now that we're able to dual stream, and I seem to be, I'm slow on production, certainly, but I think I'll be able to manage doing YouTube and Kick at the same time. So we'll see though. And then tomorrow we're releasing a new tutorial on YouTube. Monday, our shop update video drops. Though now that you're a Happy Crafter Club member, you'll be getting an update whenever it is that we get the shop update updated through either later today or on Sunday. We send out to our Patreon supporters and Happy Crafter Club members a notification with a 20% off coupon, and you will also get first dibs on whatever is in that week's shop update. So be sure to keep an eye out for that. And then, yeah, so Monday we'll have our shop update and giveaway video. Don't forget to leave comments because that gets your name in the hat for the video. And if you leave a comment, be sure to check back the next week because you might be the winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And then what else do we do? We all do all sorts of stuff, y'all. Tuesday, we live stream again from noon until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then we live stream on Fridays also. So lots of streaming, but I do tutorials when I feel like I have something to offer. Well, we do a tutorial a week, but the tutorial is for what I've learned through the week, or something that I feel like is helpful. Whereas the live streams are my way of making myself available to y'all, because I kind of hate answering emails. So I don't like hate it, but I get really behind on it and then I get really overwhelmed. Whereas I'm here in the craft room crafting anyways. It's lonely work. And I like getting to hang out with you guys. And this way, if y'all have any questions, you're able to come and just be like, you know what? I bet she's streaming. I'll just go ask her. I'm right here for you. Oh, right on, Drex. Yeah, you should be getting a coupon in your boxes as well. But I haven't. Hopefully, we'll be able to get that sorted with the new website redesign. But I'm hoping to be able to figure out how to get emails sent out to all the folks who are our subscribers through the website. in a way that just doesn't get completely eaten by everyone's spam folders. Hey Griffin, how's it going? In North Carolina, right on. Okay, so there's that one. It's a little, let's add a little more material to it just because. Nope, actually, I just want to get beads made. So I'm going to pop this one into the kiln. Oh, it is very lumpy though, now that I'm looking at it. Okay, so I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put some of this orange over it. Whee! Drive safe, Al. We'll see you when you get back, hopefully. We are Central Standard Time, so CST. So it is currently, at this moment, 2:33 in the afternoon. So whatever time that is for you. Oh, those videos were a lot of fun. I'm hoping to be making more fairy houses. I really want to. I don't know when we're going to fit it in, but I'm not going to borrow trouble from the future right now. I'm just going to focus on what we're crafting at this moment. Yeah, every Friday we tend to, or every Saturday we tend to do Lampwork. I think on Fridays we may keep doing beading, or I don't know. I'm not gonna make a plan today. I don't think I'm gonna stick to it. Whatever it is, we show up and we do it. So there's no telling. There is no telling what we're gonna be working on any given week, unless it's a Saturday. We're in the same time zone, Vaughn. All right on, Michelle. Oh, Griffin says, I'm so happy you're here on a Saturday. I kept missing your Friday streams. Right on. Well, I'm glad you were able to make it. It's 5:30 a.m. in Australia. Oof, good morning to you. Make a black one with red dots, alike $7. Okay. If you are interested in a custom bead, Jean, you can head over to our website, backtoearthcreations.com, and go to our bead shop. The first listing currently, on the bead shop, like if you click that menu, it'll drop down and it's custom beads, and then you can place your order through there, and you can choose your bead size, and you can choose what style, and that way I know, based off of what you order, what size bead that you want, what size mandrel that you want, what colors that you'd like, and whether you want like, be sure to specify the way that it prompts in the item description. Which color is the core, and then which color or colors is the dots. So that would be how to go ahead and do that. Oh, well, if you have a ruler, you'd be able to maybe have that next to you, and that will help. The smallest hole size is the 1/16 inch. And that's about like really close to 2 millimeters, maybe. And then the 3/32 of an inch is pretty close to 3 millimeters. And then we have a 1/8 inch. And then we also have our 3/16 inch size, which is our biggest. Oh, Elaine says, hello, Yvonne, always from Guernsey's Channel Islands. Oh, I don't think I pronounced that correctly. Intrigued as to what the beads will look like. It's the first time I've seen you do glass making. Oh, right on, it's 8:30. Well, this is our first time live streaming the Lampwork glass here on YouTube. So keep an eye out for like a reel, like an Instagram or Facebook reel, or a YouTube short, or a TikTok tomorrow, because we will do a kiln opening, and that way y'all can see what it was that we made in today's live stream. And I am always so excited to open the kiln, because I have no idea how these are gonna come out. Like, there's some of the colors that I've had enough like work with now that I can kind of expect how they're gonna come out. But with this one, I have not worked much with this color before, and I'm layering other colors with it that I've never done any of this. So I'm very excited. That is much better. Like, I don't know if y'all can see that, but that is way less lumpy than last time. Okay, y'all. I have got to go stretch my legs for just a minute. I am going to leave the microphone here, and I will be I'll be right back, you guys. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of a, if y'all want to join me, either seated or standing stretching, because I sit too much, y'all. So I'm just going to do some hamstring curls. Walking through my living room, doing my hamstring curls. Shaking the whole dang house. Okay, so yeah, just doing hamstring curls. Boop, 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 doo, 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 doo. I like to try to kick my hands just because. And now we're going to change it to where we're just kicking, getting a little bit of that blood flowing. If we can drop it into a few squats, that's great. Get the blood flowing, guys. We got to live to craft another day. And we're going to do some knee-ups. And then that's going to be it. I'll meet you guys back over at the other camera. I'm knee-upping my way back over to the torch. Ooh, Griffin says, will you be doing the Huntersville, Charlotte, North Carolina Ren Fair in October? I don't think we will be. Our only two vending events that we're planning so far this year, well, gosh, one of them's already behind us, Anime St. Louis, and then the one upcoming is Dragon Con, Labor Day weekend. It would definitely fit on 18 gauge wire. So like 3/16 of an inch. Let me, like, it's this thick, like, you know, so I don't know how to, I don't have any 8. Well, here I go. This is some 20 gauge wire for scale. So yeah, it will certainly fit on 18 gauge, like a few times. Oh, do your squats however you like. I'm a good squatter. Like, a garden keeps me. Joe says you could go as low as 12 gauge for a 2mm hole. Wow. Cat and Cauldron said, oh man, had to step away for a call and I missed the exercise break. Well, you stepped away. That's getting up and moving. I'm back. Ooh, right on. What's your plan for tonight? Oh my God. Which I think I want to keep making this orange because that's kind of our color theme for June. And oh, Joe, that's so helpful to know that we could go as low as 12 gauge for a 2mm hole. Dark chocolate covered espresso beans. Oh man, I forgot to refill my water. Well, I'll get up and get some more after a bead or two. Man, all the snap crackle popping. Oof. That okay. We're gonna be doing a dragonfly in June. We're trying to. We'll see. Like it's gonna be dragonfly themed somehow. Okay. So I want to give our glass lots of time to heat up. So I'm going to keep it here in the coolest part of the flame while I heat up our mandrel. Jean, if it's helpful to you for a wire wrapped project, I do recommend the 1/16 inch bead. If you want to incorporate your bead in with chainmail, I do recommend the 1/8 inch or 3/16 inch mandrel. Okay. And so still just trying to heat this up nice and slow. Yeah, 12 would be a press fit. Okay. And that's glass does not respond well to inner pressure whenever it's like under lots of tension. Like it'll just be like and crack. Like and I always find that out the hard way. So I'm just getting this nice and hot. And yeah, you might be able to see right there that bubble. That's the kind of stuff that if we heated it up too fast, that bubble popped on us. Which always makes me a little nervous. I don't like hot glass painting all over the dang old place. There we go. Oh, this one's so nice and taffy. There we go. Okay. Now, also, we do still have our custom bead orders open. And while I'm not making any custom beads today, because we didn't have any orders for them, y'all still can feel free to post custom orders, and I will make those this coming Saturday. That way you can see your beads be born. Ooh, Christina says, my panini linguine was a hit. Oh, you're such an excellent chef, though, Christina. Like, you have such a great palate. Like, not to be like, I'm not surprised, but I'm glad it was a hit. But I knew you'd be great. Like, whatever you cook is delicious. But I'm glad your friends liked it. Oh, that's a good question. Jean says, 10 years ago, when you started wire wrapping, did you ever think you would be making beads like this? I actually started wire wrapping back in 2008. But no, it's No, I didn't think that I wouldn't be, but it just didn't even enter my mind that that would be something that I was doing. Certainly didn't think I'd be doing any of this actually. Like, it's again, not that if somebody had said you can't do that, I wouldn't agree with them. It just hadn't occurred to me. 1 millimeter to go. Oh, Joe, your endurance, man. Ooh. Christina says you teach me a lot of cooking techniques. Plus, you revealed the panini. Yeah, the palmini. The so that's what you're writing. I'm sorry, I can't see the text very well. Um, the palmini noodles, I really like those. Like, it's just, I mean, it's not pasta, but it's still good. And I like it better. Personally, I like it a lot better than spaghetti squash. It's not so watery. I have made a cube bead, Anne. Um, it was, well, to call it a cube sounds very precise, and it was cube-ish, I think would be the thing to call it, maybe. They couldn't believe it was not noodles, right? Oh, that's so cool. Did you use the stuff out of a can or out of a bag? Because I don't know if I have a preference personally. Now the shape on this one, that came out just not okay, except for that lumpy spot. But other than that, it's very nice. Waiting to break it for neighbors coming over to discuss a bad development plan behind us. Oh no. I hope everything's okay. Oh, out of a bag. Nice. Now I am going to go through with this one and I'm going to add some more dots to it just because I think those dots are so much fun. Square-ish, aka way cool, says Walk. Nice. Oh, Jean says if you cook spaghetti squash in the microwave, it's not watery. Okay. Even like as a leftover though, like it's usually whenever if I don't eat it all up in the first day, it's not gonna get ate because it like releases its water, I guess. Perhaps. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Very cool. Wow, the spacing on that came out pretty alright. Okay, and now I'm going to come through and I'm going to do a little boop. And I'm going to do a little boop. And I'm going to do a little boop, boop. And a little boop. So I'm just setting one off a little closer to the poles, which is where like the top and bottom of the bead or the left and right side, however you want to look at it. Boop. Boop. I need to remember to breathe. There we go. I find myself holding so much tension and holding my breath. And it's like, no, I need to remember to breathe. Oh, yeah. This is a nice bead, y'all. I'm digging this bead. This is Marcellus Wallace, is what Randy named him. And he's a glow-in-the-dark little snail buddy, and he's judging us. Oh, bye, Joe. Well, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow in your stream. Maybe just cook half a squash? No, that's a good idea, too. Kind of pacing it out. Ooh, the sausage one and the mushroom mix one were both beliked. Oh, nice. Yeah, he's just staring. Master Gardener plant sale. Okay, I keep getting distracted and then thinking about it again. There weren't as many herbs and stuff like in hostas. Like they had some hostas. It's too late for me to go back and get the hostas. But because I had really wanted some hostas because there are two spots in the garden that I would love to expand some hostas into. But it was a variety that has not performed well in my garden. So I figured I'd just maybe just wait another year and divide the hostas that I have in my garden that have been doing well. Okay, that's as much as melt. Oh no, I'm gonna melt that one in just a little more. So then after the Master Gardener plant sale, I had picked up like some Asclepias and native Coreopsis, which is really nice because I've been admiring those flowering along the sides of the road. And I didn't find any Ignatia. What else did I find? Ooh, like a snake plant. I don't know. It has a 3-petaled or a spiderwort. It might be a spiderwort. It's like a grassy or reed-like looking plant with these 3-petaled flowers coming off of them. Very purple, very pretty. Another native. Some primrose, which I'm really excited about. And then what else did we find? Sweet potatoes. I got sweet potatoes, so we're gonna have to go and get some some straw bales so we can make that raised sweet potato bed. And then I was like, because I found all the plants that I wanted, and we still had a little bit left in our budget. And I was just a little bit bummed that nobody had like there wasn't any Ignatia. They didn't have any lamb's ears. Like, I think next year, if I can, I may grow a bunch of extra seedlings just to donate to the master gardeners. To help kind of, because I really love what they do, like, and I want their plant sale to be amazing. And also I love growing seedlings, but we'll see what next year brings. But Randy took me to Lowe's and he let me, like, normally, well, I don't, he let me, he was like very enthusiastic, which that's the part that he's like, he's always very supportive in what I want to do, but there's varying levels of enthusiasm for how much time we get to spend in Hobby Lobby, and I try to not torture them. So, and that goes very much for at Lowe's as well. So a lot of the time we're like, he's like, well, what's on the list? Let's find what's on the list, and then he'll be like, okay, like we've got to. He's just keeping me on schedule, really. But he was like, we have until like 10:30, and then so let's just look at every single plant. And I was like like so happy, like let's look at every single plant. And then we did, and it was amazing. Oh, they had so many beautiful flowers, but Randy picked out this amazing like magenta looking Dracaena plant that's gonna be 3 house plants. But we're gonna see how it does out in the garden. But he was like, I would really like this by the pond. And so we got that. And then we got a citronella, and I'm 100% today. My after my after stream garden chores are to, I need to heat this up a little slower. I'm getting excited talking about plants. I got a hens and chicks that's got so many chicks in it, like the that little succulent looking rosette plant. And so I'm going to break off a lot of the hens or the chicks and plant them in some seeds mix that I already have like ready to go, already in the pots and everything, because it's from the seedlings that I started that were old seeds, so they didn't sprout. Um, and so I'm going to baby them and let them get some roots developed and let them get going before I plant them along the walking path. So like a $4 plant is going to be like 12 plants, and I'm really excited about that. Ooh, Walk in the Garden or Walk in the Rain says, do the Master Gardener folks save seeds for sale also? Here in our neck of the woods in Webb City, the next town over, there's actually a seed saving library where in the spring you can go and check out seeds, and then in the fall you just save seeds from whatever you grew and you can give that back. Now I think they have an educational like pamphlet or like, you know, like a class or something that you can go to learn how to properly save seeds so that you're not getting like cross-pollinated stuff. So there may be some additional work involved with that, but that's not for sale. And as far as I'm aware, again, it's been a minute since I've been involved with the local master gardeners beyond just buying plants from them in May. Um, but I don't think any of them sell seeds at the master gardener plant sale. But there may be something of similar sort, or the master gardeners in your local area may do a little differently. So certainly it's worth checking out. But yeah, whenever I was looking at getting my master gardener certification, I found out that it's like you can kind of just take the course online and then you just have the certificate. It's like $30. There's like no test. And I was really glad that I had gone to the class because it's getting to meet local gardeners who are also interested in doing volunteer work and like different projects and things. So there's a lot of the parks around in our town that have gardens that are maintained by the local master gardeners. And they've also got like a thing set up at the YMCA and like some other things that are going on. But eating it up. I'm really glad I took the classes in person though, because I did find out that there's no test at the end. It's not like, I don't want to say that it's not a substantial certification, but I don't feel like I could go and put that on like a job application and feel like that it counted for a whole lot, at least on being qualified. But it was really great for socializing and meeting other people, and that was really cool. But I learned so much though. Like I feel so like mixed up about it because it's like I did learn a lot though. I feel like with most things, it's you get out of it what you put into it. Anne says a TV chef said if you cut spaghetti squash across the short way, you get longer strands. Ooh, oh, that makes sense. Maybe. Thought I could. I'll have to try that. Ooh, right on. Ooh, mild green chili pepper making wraps, garden veg. Nice. Yeah, we're pulling in some mustard greens, radishes, and spinach and lamb's quarter from the garden. So we've been having like almost a big salad almost every day, and it's delicious, and I love it. But the radishes are starting to get kind of pithy, like they're getting woody. So I think I'm gonna pull all the rest of them up and pickle them. Ooh, Michelle, that's a good idea. She says you can look on Facebook for plant swap groups in your area. That's a good idea. Right on. Spider work, right. I just ate another espresso bean. Give me a sec. Mm-mm-mm. Kat says, I was wondering how you knew everything you knew about plants and gardening just the other day. Oh, well, I've loved plants my whole life. It really started my senior year because we were we were assigned a project where we were allowed to pick whatever subject we wanted, and it was for a speech class. And I chose ethnobotany because I for a while I wanted to be an archaeologist when I was in like middle school. So, and if I were to ever have gone the college course for archaeology, it would have been for ethnobotany and like kind of the evolution of how and why people in different civilizations used plants in different ways. Um, and a whole lot of that is finding out about soil types and about what plants add to and take away from the soil and how they can be utilized not just as food but as building and clothing and medicinal resources. And so that's where like I got to do for like a whole month every day in that class. I was able to just for like an hour uh, do research about plants and gardening, and I was finding out about that. And I was really into herbs at the time because again, this is at the stage where I wanted to be a massage therapist and I wanted to like make my own soaps and lotions and oils and things, um, which is still a really big hobby of mine. I love that. I make what I call my snake oil. or my snake skin oil, and it's just like a full body moisturizing oil that I love. But yeah, so that's where I started to get some textbook knowledge about it. And then I've been gardening since my senior year. So the spring of 2007 was my very first garden. Y'all, I did everything wrong. Like Randy and I dug away the topsoil because it had all the plant roots in it. And then we tried to plant directly into the untilled clay soil of Tennessee. So we scraped away all the good stuff and tried to plant in the stuff that you could just make pottery out of. Oh, and we did it in March. So I was putting tomato seeds in the ground directly, just directly in the ground in March and so it's, and then I just didn't water anything. But it was, and so our garden started to slowly evolve and grow over the next from like 2008 till 2013, and and in that time we had bounced from living on 2 acres on Randy's grandfather's land, well, because we were house sitting while his dad was serving in Iraq. And then when his dad came home, we got our own apartment, and his dad went back. We went back out and house set some more. And then that's when we found out that my mom could use some elder care, and that's when we moved back or moved out here to Missouri, where none of us had ever been before, as far as Randy and I were concerned. And that was back in 2013, and we've been here ever since. So I've had this garden for 11 years now. But the dirt always called to me. Ooh, Walk in the Rain says our library has a plant swap. They have once a year. Bring 2 plants, leave with 2 plants. Ooh, I hear it's from like 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., but usually all done by 10:30. Oh, that's cool. It was a lot of fun. I really loved. We started keeping rabbits when we lived out in Tennessee because we'd had a roommate, and she had rabbits, so she brought her rabbits with her. And then when she moved out, she left her rabbits with us. So I was like, I have rabbits now. That's fine. And I absolutely loved it. Oh, their poop is so good for like gardening. I'm like, these look a lot like bunny berries, I'm just gonna say. It always a hero comes home. Now this is a stringer that I had pulled a long time ago, but we're gonna go ahead and use it. When no one has gone, but always, whoops, a hero comes home. I'm just doing a messy little like kind of wrap, and then with some dots. Okay, so we've got that touching. Excuse me. Those espresso beans just get stuck right in my tonsils. And there we go. And then I'm going to melt that in just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a... Do you still have the rabbits? I remember you with them in videos. All of our rabbits passed away from old age, and I just hadn't had the heart for a while to get more of them. That was right within, we were having like a really rough 2021, and then 2022, and then 2023 in regards to pets passing away. So I was like, I can't handle too many like responsibilities to lives other than my own right now. Excuse me. So like during that time, I didn't get new chicks. I didn't get new like anything. Like, so, well, we got Millie, but then Yeah. So, but I think we're gonna be getting rabbits and chicks. Well, I think we're getting chicks next week, and I think we may be getting rabbits again because now that our friends, which it was fine during 2021 to 2023 or till now. No, when did she graduate? At first, it was fine us not having rabbits because I melted these in because our friend has a rabbitry or had a rabbitry because their daughter was in 4-H, um, doing raising rabbits, and they don't garden, so their backyard is full shade, so they don't keep a garden. So they were like they had all of this rabbit poop, and so that's how we've built up all of our raised beds is our friends with the rabbitry. Like once every couple of weeks we would just drive over there and get a bunch of these stinking totes of rabbit poo poo, and it was awesome. And like it helped build our soil up so much because when we moved in here, the backyard, we had like an inch or two of topsoil if we were lucky because it's sloped and a lot of it had eroded already. And then the rest of it's just gravel and bricks all the way down. So we had to build our soil up. But I really love having the raised beds because, like the flooding that we were having this past weekend, none of my beds flooded and all of my seedlings made it because the raised bed, the water drains away really well. Now, I do feel like in the summer we do have to kind of water the raised beds a little more because especially whenever it's hot and windy, I feel like the evaporation rate is a little higher than maybe the actual in-ground part of the garden. But all things have trade-offs. Ooh, so that one's good to go. Yeah, the bunny poop's amazing fertilizer. And they're such characters. Like we had Gus, who was a rescue from one of our friends who worked at the bank in Tennessee had a friend who had a rabbit, became pregnant, could no longer stand the smell of the rabbit's bedding, and so was like, I need to rehome this rabbit. And so we got Gus, who is such a cute little patootie, and he loved snuggles. We went to pick up 2 rabbits with our niece Maddie, and she was still little enough that she was in like her car seat. Oh my gosh. And we were like, what should we name them? And she had heard me talk so much about how rabbits are poop machines because that's why, I was so excited about building my soil. And so she was like, poop machine and lolly. And so we got 2 rabbits and we named them Poop Machine. And we named our buck was Poop Machine and our doe was Lolly. And so we had Poop Machine and Lolly. They actually came here to Tennessee or to Missouri with us from Tennessee. And so that was just cool. Like, it was so much fun. Our first 2 rabbits were Cappuccino and Frost. And then here most recently, we had fostered Pumpkin, providing some elder care for her. And then we had Jamie and Cersei, Bunnyster. Game of Thrones was very popular at the time. And Jet was a sweetie. He would snuggle me for banana chips. I'm horribly allergic. Oh goodness. I'm horribly allergic to rabbits, but I love them. Oh, how do I? Boop. Do you still talk to Azimuth? They had a rabbit. They did. We haven't heard from Azimuth in ages. We saw Azimuth a lot, like at conventions and stuff, and then we stopped going to conventions as much. Do, 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 do. But no, the rabbits were always a joy. Okay, so we're gonna do another of this same orange. I'm kind of just really loving seeing how it's like meshing. I want to see how it meshes with these other glass colors. By the heat from the torch, it's making my face all oily and my glasses just keep sliding down. And you can see we've got a crack up here in the rod. Want to keep our mandrel hot as well. The thing is we are good friends. We just never talk, and that's how it goes with a lot of the folks that we're good friends with. You know, Asmith was a good enough friend to us that he lived with us one winter. Good friends, and they did a video on cleaning them and prep for eating. Yep. We are meat eaters in this household, and we do try to do as much of that in-house as we can. So it would be a total dream if we had more land to be able to raise our own chickens and beef. But that's any desire for pursuing a vegetarian lifestyle went out the window whenever I found out I was allergic to textured vegetable protein. And especially now being pre-diabetic, I try to stay as low carb as possible. So I respect everybody's decisions about what they choose to eat. Dana says, I still remember Callie. Broke my heart. It's the price we pay for love and all critters. 3 weeks ago, I lost a foster cat suddenly. Oh no, and even that sucked. Yeah. Well, hopefully they're at peace now, and there's always that to take away. All we can do is give them as good a life as we can while they're here with us. I still see Callie from the corner of my eye quite often. I see her in all her old favorite spots, sitting at the top of the stairs, right outside the window, walking down the garden path. She was my friend. Ooh, level 1, Dana. So yeah, tonight I need to find my chick feeders and waterers so that we're ready for picking up new chicks on Wednesday. And I need to get my hens and chicks divided and planted. There's also, oh man, I feel for the folks who are working at Lowe's today because the plant center was crazy. Just absolutely bonkers. And I feel so bad because I'm so happy to be there. And the lady who was scanning our stuff was not. And that's fine. Like, and I understand it too, because I could hear the tone that they were taking on the radio. So I can only imagine that she was just having a very full day. But I almost felt bad because I couldn't shut up. I was just chit chatting about, oh, now I'm gonna plant this one here and blah blah blah, and she was just looking at me like, so yes. Oh, I agree so much, Cat and Cauldron. That sentiment is so true, she says, for people as well as pets in our lives. Give them as good a life as we can. Yeah. For sure. Ooh, look at it roll. I'm going to do this one up here. So I have a question. Do y'all like this camera angle? Or would you rather the camera be like down here so that you can see what's happening in the flame and be talked to, but it's bigger? Because I'm trying to think. We have, gosh, the TVs were a hit at Anime St. Louis as well. Folks commented that it looked really professional. I was like, yeah. And so, and it's always a great conversation starter. You know, right on, Dana. Bigger is good? Okay. Well, I think what I may do is I may set up another camera. I think I have one in the other room. We can set it up and then we can swap it, and that way I can leave these cameras where they are and we can just do that swap out. Because I want to try it, but because I want to capture some video for the TVs. And this screen setup isn't the best for doing promotional stuff. Y'all gonna see my jowls though. I always do the camera from a little up higher just to give me some give me some leeway. So don't be like shocked at the change in angle. It's like opening up front facing camera instead of oh, right on. Okay. Where'd that orange go? Ruh-roh. Oh, there it is. All right on organic. We'll stick with this then. Best work for me. Excuse me. 2, 3. I'm going to try to do fewer little bumps on this one. 4. I'm going to add a little bit more to that one. Whoop. 5. And yeah, we'll do 6. So I think I did 8 on the last one. I don't recall though. That was like forever ago. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But yeah, some of the hens and chicks got knocked off. The little chicks got knocked off of the hen plant. And one of the I got like a special kind of sebum that has a whole bunch of, or is it sedum? I think it's a sedum. Yeah, sebum is what your skin produces. But I mean, so many like yellow flowers on it. But a piece of that got broken off. It's currently stuck into some damp soil right now, but I do want to put some brooding hormone on it just for good measure. And then put it in like my seedlings that I'm going to be babying for the next couple of weeks until it's time to put them out. Right on. Well, thank you guys for your feedback. For sure. I like this density. The 8 dots felt very dense. The 6 dots feels good. I worry that if we were to do 5, it would feel naked, but we'll see. And I just want to heat the dots in just enough that they're melted down to like their own, like the little dots have like an equator. And some of them, like that one, is very, very pokey-uppy outy. So we need to heat it in a little bit. This is very technical terminology. We don't want it sitting on the core bead like a pool ball sitting on a pool table. We want it to look like it's melted into the halfway point. That's pretty cool. I dig it. I let it cool just enough that it's not glowing anymore, and then I set it into the kiln. Let's do one more, and then we're gonna have another stretch break. All right, on Lydia. I like them too. I like that I'm getting a little better at them. Results may vary, but I feel like I'm getting a little better. At least a little. I'm gonna keep trying. But yeah, the TVs, we put like clips from like tutorials and stuff, so I'd really like to be able to clip some from these videos about Lampwork glass. And so I think I may get ask Randy to help me with recording some footage that specifically like tells a little bit more of a story without words, of like being zoomed out and then zooming in, and that way folks can understand the context of what's going on. Because if all you saw was what's happening in this screen here, it doesn't give a lot of context. Whoop. Happen. The fear of the pain is worse than the pain itself. Be slow and patient. We can do this. I just know that one day it's going to pop and a big old glob of molten glass is going to land on me, and I'm going to be like, I was wrong. I was wrong. The pain is worse than the fear of the pain. But I have to find a way to not be afraid and to be brave anyways. Because it's not about not being afraid. I'm very afraid of getting burned. But I am more afraid of living in fear. So here I am. Hey, Jenny, how's it going? Oh, now whenever these beads get listed, if they get listed, a lot of these are going to be for the craft along kits in June. But we will do a shop update, and it will be of Lampwork glass beads. Which I'm thinking I'd like to do some that are just single beads. I'd like to do some that are earring pairs. I'd like to do some that are trios. Let's see. But and then some that are like sets of 5. So if you wanted to do like a bracelet or a necklace, you could. And then you can also, like, once I get consistent enough at placing the dots and getting consistent results, we may be able to list a custom bead listing on the website where you can order this style of bead in whatever choice of colors that you would like. But I think that's going to be a few more torch sessions away, just because I do want to get a few different designs, because like this one has a core color and then a bead color, so that's a style that we can do, and a person could always choose to have their core and bead be the same color. And we do a free encasement option where you can do, like, if you're using a translucent color for your core color, you can choose without any additional cost to have that be lined in white. So it's a white core encased in the color, and that way it looks different. So I need to make an example of like the same color of bead, one with the white core and one without. That way people can understand what they're looking for. And then we may do an option. Now that one I think I would have to do as a different price point is if I have a white dot underneath the raised bead. Yeah, so these are the things that I need to figure out, and I need to make examples of each of these, because for the white dot underneath I need to do like this one with the orange on top of it. I could do a white dot and then put the orange on top. We may try that. Ooh, what's SW viewing? Could you do custom orders with half down? I don't know how we would do that. Like we just have it set up just where, like, if it's a finance thing, you could just, I don't know. I don't know how to set up like payments. Oh, we just have it set up the way that we do Lydia. Oh no, it's not gonna be. None of my beads are $20 a bead yet. Like, you should go and check out the website, Lydia. We've got a whole web page. It's under the bead shop. It's the custom Lampwork bead section of the menu. You can click that, and I think that might give you a better idea, because we have you choose what mandrel size, we have you choose what bead size. So it can be very helpful to shop with a ruler that has inches and millimeters on it there next to you. That way you can see what size that translates to in reality. Oh, well, we do sell some beads. Some of the designs start at just $1 a bead. So just clicking this in. I don't know if I'm just slow at this or what. I'm having a blast though. But I do kind of wish I were faster at making beads. Just because I love making them so much that it's like I just want to do it more. But currently there's only so many beads I can make in a day. So we're just going to take this and we're going to roll it. We're going to roll it up, stick it in the kit. Oh, I love that. Actually, we're going to put the dots on it first, but having some tech issues. Kick is in start mode. Oh no, Kick or Jenny. We're streaming on YouTube as well, but they have like ads and stuff, so it is what it is. I'm sorry. All right, on. Well, I'd love to make you some beads. Please, no putting me up on a pedestal though. I don't like heights. Okay, so coming through with that same orange, I'm going to do this one with 5 dots. Because this is another thing, is do I pick just a, well, these are pretty close together. We might be able to do 5. Do I do these where there's 3 different listings, where we can do 3 different densities of raised dots? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. Stay tuned to find out. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. Trading poles. And there's 1. Using the flame to cut the glass. There's 2. There's 3. doesn't look nicky at all. I love that. Just heating that in, and nice and bumpy. Very cool. We're gonna pop it on into the kiln. All right, so I'm gonna switch off my torch, and I will be right back, y'all. I'm gonna go refill my Wawa and maybe find a snack. Okay, y'all. I got myself a snack, but I need to refill my water. And I'm gonna get some fresh ice. So I figured I'd bring y'all in here with me so we could chat. Oh, I'm so excited about getting into tie-dye. So Randy and I had a really nice time this morning with coffee. Well, I had my coffee. He had his morning soda. But we were watching some YouTube videos about how to do some different ice dyeing techniques. Because it has been quite a while since I've done my own fabric dyeing. I've worked more with acid dyes for dyeing wool than I have with like the fiber reactive dyes that, what are they called? Like for cotton and rayon and stuff. So, which that's another reason why I'm really interested in getting into making my own tie-dye, is because with doing torch work, I try to just wear like cotton or, natural fibers. I don't want to be wearing a ton of polyester and spandex, which is what most of my almost all of my shirts have some amount of spandex in them because I like stretchy clothes. And I like the way spandex drapes, really. Like it drapes beautifully. But I'd really like to make some torch and fire spinning friendly clothes. Stretch break. Oh, that's right. Oh. So I'm just gonna stand here off to the side, you guys. We're gonna do some arm circles. Don't forget to breathe. Change direction. I'll go ahead and turn the camera on. Okay. So arm circles in the other direction. We're doing a stretch break, guys. Here we go. Arm circles. I like to alternate between having my hands palms facing out and my hands palms facing in. Change direction. Lydia says, would you say 3 bumpy beads are harder than regular, or the bumpy beads or hard? I don't, can you retype that, Lydia? I have no idea what you're trying to say. And then we're going to do, oh, I don't want to mess up the microphone, but we're just going to stretch and hug. Whenever we get to the back, we really squeeze. And whenever we hug, there's a little bit of this like arching, almost like a cat-cow, arching our spine and opening up those shoulders. Don't forget to breathe. And now let's hug and pull off to one side. And then open and hug and pull off to one side. Yeah, I'm not harassing the microphone too much. But yeah, again, I'm really pushing into that shoulder to kind of open. Let's go up and behind. My head is so massive. And let's stretch. Jenny says, I have a couple of plain palazzo trousers for lounging about the house. Nice. And forward fold. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I like these stretch breaks. Inhale up to a flat back, feeling that stretch in our hamstrings and coming down. Oh, nice. Okay. Back to work, you guys. Gonna do a stretch break. Oh, Amazon Prime is here. Boop, boop, boop. I wonder what's in the mail. Mail time. Do, 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 do. Oh my God, so much stuff. Okay. Thank you. Whee! Oh my God, that's so heavy. I'm just gonna slide it in the house. And then I'll have Randy lift it because it's heavy. Whew, I don't know what's in there, but maybe some rocks. I don't know. All right. Oh, that was such a nice stretch break, you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me while we do our stretchy stretches. Beads just made are more difficult than other beads you make. Yeah, they're pretty tricky. But it's like with most things, it's like I'll get the hang of it. I just need to keep practicing and it'll get better. But I mean, they're not impossible to do and they're not unpleasant to do. It's just I have to be a little bit more accurate, a little bit more consistent about how much glass I'm depositing with each, with each little dot. But again, and that I think that's one of my favorite reasons for liking to do production like this is I get to practice the same, like I really get to grind out the skill levels on any new techniques that I'm learning. So we have grapes and a meat and a cheese stick for our snack today. Did you hear that crunch? That's a good crunch. Okay, so I should probably get some footage of doing this to speed it up for the tiki-talkie. Where's my phone now? Oh, I'm using the phone for comments. Okay. Woo, Mel says, hubby's at work now. I'm going back to sleep as it's only 6:30. My day off from housework. I'll be trying to make some different things with my beads later. Oh, nice. Okay. So I'm going to be just over here on Kick with the comments for a minute. Trying to find a good spot for the phone. There we go. Beep boop. Okay. We gotta get the footage. We can't use it if we don't get it. There we go. And there we go. Ooh, that's bright. There we go. And we're going to do another dummy thick mandrel. Oh, Jenny says I've been making a lot of granny squares. Right on. Like kind of just for fun, or do you have a specific project in mind? Okay, so I'm going to heat this up, hopefully nice and slow, because I really don't want it to pop open glass. Woo! Oh, and I can hear and I can see the crackling in the. So I'm gonna get my mandrel heated up. I'm gonna get it hot, and then we're gonna put the glass on it. Oh, and you can see that massive bubble. Oh, it was so kind of our friend Ginny to send us this glass too. This has been such a delightful gift. Okay, so it makes me nervous. So I'm going to go ahead and touch it to the mandrel, just so that now if it pops, there's something else holding on to it. It's not just molten glass flying across my house. That's probably the worst bead I've ever laid down. That's what I get for doing it at an angle. That's okay. We're just going to make this one a really wide bead. There we go. There we are. Oh, I love that shape, whatever it makes. Randy is upstairs working on one of his own projects, kind of doing his own thing. But I think he'll be coming down to pick our niece up from work at like 4. Jenny says, got about 80 to 90 of them made at the moment. Just seem to be addicted to making them. Right on. Nice. So now I'm just getting this heated in, and you can see there's so many bubbles in this. That's okay though. I don't mind bubbles. I just don't want them popping. Ooh, Jenny says several groups of 5 squares are already connected into hat crowns. What's a hat crown? Ooh, camera's down. Give me just a second. I'll bring that back up, y'all. There we go. Camera should be back up now. Oh, well, thank you, Itzy. I drew that in Procreate, following along with, I can't remember the name of the gentleman's channel. It's James something. But he does very good Procreate tutorials. I really like him and Art with Flow. Because sometimes I'm spoiled for choice. I want to do art, but I want to draw everything in the whole wide world. But you got to start somewhere. Gotcha, Jenny. Well, that'll be cool. So I'm just getting it kind of heated up and mellowed out if I can. Oh, well, thank you, Itzy. Okay, so I'm taking a looking at it, and it's kind of just lumpy and weird. So I'm gonna heat it up again. Whoop, there's that one starting to, I might be able to pop that bubble or let it rise up to the surface. Okay, I'm not able to see YouTube comments at the moment, so give me just a sec for folks over on YouTube. My phone that I was using to keep up with comments, I'm currently using to record a TikTok video. So that'll be what that is. Y'all, we are like, I think 18 people away from being able to live stream on TikTok. So if any of y'all want to go and follow us over on TikTok, we may be able to live stream over there as well. But we'll have to see how that goes. Oh, that bubble finally popped, thank goodness. There goes that one. Nice. Oh, and it gives them these super cute little like belly buttons. Oh, look at that. Oh no. Oh, I goobied it up so bad. Okay. It's okay. Jenny says, I plan to make the brims as colorful as the hats by banding it with the colors used in the brims. Oh, that'll be nice. What style of hat is this? A rump and grumble. Why are you so lumpy? Says I to me. Oh, it's kind of cute. Okay, I think I got that evened out. We shall see. Nice. Okay. All right, I think that's as good as that one's gonna get. And now that I've gotten that portion of the footage, I think I'll be able to get Randy to help me with the remainder. And we'll do that on actually another bead, and we'll make it look like one bead in the magic of editing. But that's one less piece of footage I need to get later. And I am back over on YouTube now as well, so I can see y'all's comments. I think I want to do this one as another fiver. So there's 1, 2, doing a big old blob, getting a nice connection point. 3, 4, and there's not a whole lot of color in this first one. And I don't know if this glass is a striker. I hope I've done that correctly. Oh, it's the soft colored bucket hat. Oh, okay. There's one. Doing a slightly smaller dot on these ones. 2, 3, 4, 5. Pardon me. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Oh, I got a mini Monstera plant at the Master Gardener plant sale. I've never had a Monstera house plant before. I'm going to have to read up on them and find out what they like. Now we've got our little pokey bits, all pokey uppy. And I'm just heating them in just a little bit. There we are. I want to stop before they've melted in too much, but sometimes there's just a few of them that need a touch more heat. You can always heat it back up. So far, it has been my experience. And that's how that one is looking. We do more of the exact same? Or do we try something else? I think I'm just gonna heat this up. Didn't the camera just drop again? Oh, my thing's not live. There we go. Oh my gosh. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh my God, what's happening? Here, I've got to go check on my computer. Something is going on. What is happening? Y'all, what's up? What's going on over here? Oh, Organic says I was just trying to follow you on TikTok. What is going on in the alert sounds? Because it's something like my tablet and my phone both just froze. Oh, Brenda, thank you so much. Your generosity hath broken my stream a little bit. Thank you so much, Brenda. Oh, it's so good to see you come in. Oh, well, hey, Mama Kay. Mama Kay says, I'm working on making my resin and polymer clay into jewelry. Summer wire wraps I've learned from you, Vaughn. All right, on. Well, that's super cool. Thank you so much, Brenda. Here, let me get back over yonder to doing what we're doing because I left my fire going. There we are. But yeah, thank you so much. I think I need to refresh over here. And I think I'm going to go ahead and refresh over here as well. There we go. Okay, thank you. Let me put it back into all messages. Was worth the minor chaos that I caused. Oh my god. Well, thank you so much. Okay. I'm gonna have another grape. Hey, Tashers, how's it going? It's been a really great day so far. Getting just a whole mess of beads made, getting them ready for our June craft along kits, as well as our shop updates. But I love this. What color is this? Tricolor Orange by Lausha Glass. And it pops a little bit. So I'm going to try to go ahead and get it used up because it's beautiful. Like, I love it, but it be popping. Hey, baby. How's it going? Oh, you did? Yeah. That I saw, at least. I didn't check the mailbox. I was just trying to get the obvious packages. I was just getting the obvious packages. Have the keys before you go. On TikTok, I think I'm just Back to Earth Creations. I hope. What on earth is the salty sloth? Is it clothes or food? Food? 0-calorie food? Is it made from people? Is it water? It's a water store. Thank you, Brenda, for posting that. Thank you, Randy. So let's see if we can get this heated up. Ooh, I don't know. I can't count from this angle how many beads are in the kiln, but like a bunch of them, Anika. Oh, my Z-Dog. He's just my good dog. Yeah, big boy. I'd pet you, but I got open glass. Nobody knows. I love you. Mwah, 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 mwah. I love you. Bye bye. Be safe. Ooh, right on. Sweet the great is, people. Yeah, but is it 0-calorie? Like, and what flavors does it come in? All right, so this is probably the best. It's not very good, but it's the best coin bead or disc bead I've made like all day. So I will take that as a win. And I'm just getting this little tip bit melted in because that's exactly the sort of thing that would get all shocky on me later. And I don't want my glass shocking and popping. So I'm just going to set that down there. I had already started a mandrel apparently. So I'm going to heat the bead nice and low and slow. I'm going to have another bit of meat and cheese. But yeah, I'm still so glad that I've been prioritizing doing glass at least once a week. We miss some weekends because of vending events or what have you, but in general, I'm really glad that I've been consistently applying myself. Oh, a sweet big boy. I'm gonna make some gravity beads. So I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna do yellow dots. I may need to pull some string there, but this might just be faster, but I don't know. We'll see. So I'm heating up. This is Lausha's Sunshine Yellow. I'm gonna do another little dot right. Because with the gravity beads, it's so low pressure. You just don't have to worry about it really. It's all gonna blend together in its own way anyhow. So I'm gonna melt those dots in. Oh, okay, yeah, we don't really, I don't know how to check my messages on TikTok. So if you're trying to contact me, that's not really the place to expect to get a reply back. And that goes for Instagram and Facebook. It's like the best way to contact me is either here in a live stream or to just send me an email to backtooearthcreations@yahoo.com, because everything else is like wildly inconsistent. Okay, so now I'm putting a little boop on top of the yellow dot. Boop. Heating that up and boop. Heating that up and boop. I'm just heating up the core bead, that way I can see where our yellow bead was attached. And that way I can get nice and in the middle of it. Okay, so now we're gonna melt these in. I think instead of doing gravity, I think I'm gonna try with the pick again. Is one of your bead types rounder than another? On our website, currently all we have listed are the rondel beads. I'd like to get another bead roller to be able to offer other consistently sized beads. Well, I have another bead roller, I'm just not very good at using it. I should try, I'm fine. I should try using that one. Lydia said TikTok is different from other platforms. They ask you to go live on TikTok at least 7 hours a month. Oh, wow. I'm going to have to read up about their rules and regulations and different things and see if it's going to be a good fit for us. But I was thinking it might be something fun to try. Buttons for enclosures for bracelets would be so cool, man. Right on. Oh, okay. That'd be cool. I understand. So I'm just heating it up and then dragging just a little. So I don't know if you can see how that heats up the glow. And then I just take it and drag it down. Heat sinking to the table. Yeah, I don't have to dig super deep into the bead. I just have to drag a point on the glass. And that really helps to, wow, to shape that around. That's really cool. And now I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to drag it a little farther. Like it when I get a good squeak out of the glass, the metal squeaking across the molten glass is so wild. Ooh! Walk in the Rain says, guess what I'm looking for is a really round spider butt, like black with yellow. Ooh, for a garden spider? Let me see what I can make. I'll try that next. Let me get the final shape down on this one. Ooh! Mama says, my first wave of Amazon Prime deliveries today is one stop away. Ooh, ooh, first wave. Wow. Somebody's been shopping. That's fun. I love grapes. They're so good. Are y'all able to see? Oh, we're so zoomed out. Okay. Y'all can always let me know to zoom in. You see how cool that looks? Like, that's just so cool. Whenever it's hot, I can see the contrast and the shape and stuff. This one's going to look amazing when it comes out of the kiln tomorrow. And the shaping came out well. Oh, I love that. I'm going to get it nice and warm. You can kind of see, oh God, that's so cool. Okay, and it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. 15 beads we have in the kiln on this beautiful day. I get to shop once a month. Nice. Do you have to join an agency? Thank you, Brenda. I really like how it came out. Like, I can totally see how doing that would be helpful, but is it like required? Oh, okay. Honestly, if it's quite a pain, I may just dodge it altogether. Like, I don't feel like having to jump through a whole ton of hoops. But it's tricky trying to figure out what the best decisions, because the course that's best for me to sail might not be the best course that's for somebody else, you know, on their journey. Oh, well, thank you, Anne. I was really pleased with how it came out. Okay, let's see. Oh, well, I just got this mandrel heated up, Walk. So I'm going to go ahead and make one more of the bead that I just did, and then I'm going to try my best to remember to make a spitter butt. Because I don't want to make it on a 3/16 mandrel. So I just felt and heard the glass crack. Woo! Well, that was lucky. But yeah, this one really likes to break kind of laterally like that, like up the rod. Right? That's a good question, Locke. I mean, I don't know. I think right now I'm pretty good with not being in the pursuit of more. I want to increase the quality of what it is that I am doing. So if there's a bunch of obstacles and like obligations that I'm gonna have to hold up to TikTok where I don't spend a lot of time currently anyways, it now may not be the right time for me to get started into that. I am going to still look into it, but I want to do less better instead of just piling on more, hoping that, you know, especially if appeasing an algorithm is involved. I'm so bitter about that lately. Like, I would like to just be here and do my thing, and for the people who are subscribed to actually get notifications. Like, that's what I would like. To the darkness, to the dawn. When I looked back, heard your voice leading me on. Through the darkness to the dawn. Oh, oh, oh. Good night, Anika. Sleep well. Gotcha. Exposure is always nice, but it's, again, I don't know if I can manage too much more onto our plate. I had a little bit of not a panic attack, but just like a panic meltdown where this morning, whenever like I had gotten really, really excited about doing tie-dye, and we have this whole order put together, and then I was like, when in the past 2 months would I have had the time to tie-dye 10 shirts a week? And I started to be like, oh my God, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I'm just not going to worry about it. I'm just going to do the thing and get it done, because I don't need to be borrowing this stress from the future. If that stress is there, now I want to make, wise decisions, but I feel like our business could really use this because it'd be cool, and I want to do tie-dye. And I don't want to just be doing resale, or just doing thrifted clothes out of our booth. I would really like it to be handmade, and if I'm not going to sew it myself, I'd certainly at least like to do the dye work. And my friend Yvette I should say our friend Yvette, had sent me this really cool video that was like, the person was like using like a henna cone, but it had soft and scrub bleach in it instead. So it was like a nice thick paste consistency. And they were bleaching mandalas, so like reverse tie-dyeing a little bit into like hoodies and stuff. And I think that would just be the coolest thing to be able to try that out. So I think for on the feathering, I really enjoy doing a stack of, at least a stack of 2, just to get a really nice feather effect and like cool color, like shifting through. Because like kind of right now, not to be setting arbitrary stipulations, but for me right now, if I were to like, my hope for TikTok is that I'll be able to live stream um, to TikTok, Kick, and YouTube simultaneously. That way I can just keep doing what I'm doing, but use their platform for more exposure. Um, because otherwise, if I'm going to stream 7, hours a week minimum, I'd rather that be additional time here with y'all. Because I don't want to just be seeking out more. Like I want, to give y'all quality, especially, so many of y'all are so generous as to be channel members and, Kick subscribers. And, I don't want to be spreading myself over a whole bunch of platforms just in this, like, perfectly valid but exhausting quest for more exposure on social media. Like, I get it, but also, gosh, it's the part of all the work that we do. I'll craft all day and go to bed happy. If I have to spend too much time at a computer, I get pretty grouchy pretty quick. Oh no, I never got the kiln loaded this morning. Drat. Okay. Ooh, I like the lumps on this. Ring! Thank you for the follow. Also, when I first found you, was on Diva with your art created for artists. So cool, Vaughn. It's been a while. I think it was called Diva. I'm not certain what you're talking about. Yeah, DeviantArt. Right on, Misty. How are you doing today, Misty? I haven't seen you since yesterday. Were you in a, did you make it to chat yesterday? You're always there in my heart, at least. Okay, getting this melted in. What a blur this life has been. A good one, but kind of blurry. This orange is getting too short for my fingers, so I'm going to use this one that is a striking orange. And so you can kind of see it's like this, like almost transparent straw yellow until it gets to the tip where the heat had touched. Yvette, how's it going? What are you up to? You having a good day? What's your good excuse for being late? What did you do? Oh man. 2 days in a row, what luck. So yeah, I love stacking that translucent orange on top though. 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. There we are. Hey, big boy. Missy says, yes, I was able to watch yesterday too. I'm feeling spoiled. Me too. Yvette, what'd you do? How was your day? The suspense, the anticipation. The dark chocolate covered espresso beans. How? So I'm just letting the heat soak in these. Again, I'm not super worried if the dots kind of shifted around and aren't where I planned for them to be. Oh, really? It's not showing you on, not showing on your dual chat, only kick chat. What? Won $1,000 at the casino? Oh, that's amazing, Yvette. Congratulations. Oh, I haven't watched a whole lot of Christina Logan's tutorials on her own channel. I didn't know she had started posting again, but I have watched a couple of her seminars and classes at the Corning Museum YouTube channel. I absolutely love her work. I want to get better at making dots. Like, she's goals. But with this one, I'm going to be dragging it through and feathering it, so I'm not super worried about my dot placement. So I'm going to use my tungsten pick, and I've heated those dots in. And now we want our bead, like how we were talking earlier, that all that heat's going to soak in. I'm going to take it and we start dragging. And when a whole bunch starts to get buckled up, I just pick up and kind of move over. And so I'm just taking it and dragging it. I like to use my table as a heat sink. What were you playing that you won $1,000? That's amazing. Does that to me too, so I copy and repost the comment till it does show in Vlog's chat screen. Ah, gotcha. Ooh, wow. Misty said she posted one recently about making 4 small beads on the mandrel all at once. I could only do 2 at a time, trying to do 4 skills. Ooh, I can barely do 2 at a time. I can barely do 1 at a time. It's good to know that there's always somewhere to grow to. Buffalo slash. Nice. Man, that would make my day. That's awesome, Yvette. Okay, so I'm going to heat, and I like to just come around about a full perimeter of the bead, full circumference of the bead, and like a half, just to make sure that everything's nice and it's like a full and a quarter, because I don't want it to be obvious where my thing started and where it ended. Oh, that looks so cool. Okay. Gonna have another bead. And I'm just letting, I really like the way that this redistributes and almost evens out the size of my bead, like the shape of it too. Yeah, I think it's wise for this to be my last 3/16 mandrel for the day. Both of my hands are a little crampy, so I absolutely love the feathering on these though. Wow, really? Well, I'm so sorry that the chat's glitchy today, y'all. Nice. There we go. I think we got it smoothed out as smooth as it's gonna get. I'm gonna heat it up one last time, and then we're gonna pop it on into the kiln, and we're gonna make a spitter butt. Spitter butt. Spitter butt. Does whatever a spitter butt does. It's a spitter booty butt. It's a spitter booty butt. Look out! Here comes a spitter butt. And that's how this one. If you can see the feathering starting to come through. Oh, that's just neat. And again, I can't wait to show you guys these in tomorrow's social media post. All right. Let me run and have a quick stretch break. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm going to skip the stretch break. Oh no, my microphone. It just hopped right off of the clip and rolled across the floor. I'm sorry, y'all. Yeah, I love the dimpled holes on the ends of the beads. Okay. So I'm going to search a garden spider. Hey, honey, how's it going? Oh, that's going to be cool. Okay. I'm going to try to make kind of a... All right, so I'm taking a lot of creative license with this. This is not going to be true to nature at all. Hey, Joe, welcome back. But we making a spitter butt. Specifically, like one of the orb weaver. Whoop, everything was okay. One of the orb weaver garden spiders. The big, like, are they called banana spiders? Hey, Shanika, how's it going? Aw, thank you, Brenda. Right on. Congratulations, Yvette. I am just stoked for you. That is so cool. So do I do a black core bead with yellow dots? I'm gonna do a yellow core because I think it'll be easier to get like those geometric shapes. Hey, Abby. How was your day? That's good. Keeping busy? Okay, have fun. Excuse me. So I'm just cooking in our bead release. So it's nice and glowing. I don't know what you mean by that, Jenny. How are you doing today, Shanika? And we're heating up this sunshine yellow. Oh, Randy's in there putting away the dishes. It's probably going to end up kind of medium sized, like medium to big, more than small. Walk says, to be honest, sometimes nature is not true to nature. I mean, really, have you been to a zoo? Like, I'm aiming for one of these two middle beads in size. Oh, right on. I'm not gonna lie, recumbent bikes are really, really nice. And my mother uses one, and it's much easier on her knees. And like the position was a lot more relaxed, and so she's like, I'm more likely to do it. That'd be so cool, Yvette. Whichever you decide to go with, I think that'd be really cool. That and in my own experience from using the recumbent bikes at the local YMCA, I will pedal much more vigorously than you will ever see me jog on a treadmill. And so I feel like it gets my heart rate really up there nice without there's not a delicate way to put this, without my titties going wild. Like, I don't want to be slapping myself in the face if I'm on a treadmill without a bra, but I can go on a recumbent bike without a bra. So that's a win in my book. Hey, we do say, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. Shanika says, it's going well. I'm finishing up a bid order today. Ooh. Even though I had ages to do it, I pushed it to the last minute. Oh no. Laura says, it's going good. That's good to hear. Right on. Welcome back, Lydia. Just heating up this yellow, letting it melt in. This yellow is nice and stiff. I'm glad using it. I'm glad I'm using it for the core. Redoes it says, finishing some chainmail project and starting wire wrapping tomorrow. I have a show on the 11th. Ooh. Getting those last minute designs put together. I think we're doing really well. We were able to hit the Master Gardener plant sale this morning, and it's just been a wonderful day here in the craft room making some glass. We're gonna have some leftover tuna noodle bowl for dinner, I think. And I've just been hanging out with y'all making Lampwork glass. That's a good day in my book. I've got some gardening to do this afternoon. And I think I may start in on like a scale mail something, either a breastplate or some shoulders or something. We'll figure it out. So I'm experimenting here with just trying to get a good and consistent shape on our bead. So because I don't want to be putting stress on our bead release, but I also need to find the limits of this bead roller too. Okay, let's get a little bit more material added to this. I really do personally have a preference for bead rollers that are long as opposed to a paddle because I don't like having to line up the mandrel between all of that that's happening. I'm going to add a little bit of heat. This is just taking a while. I'm just adding a little bit of material to the ends. And then just a very little bit around the center. Ooh, hey Andrea. Andrea says, Vaughn, do tulips naturalize in the garden? I don't know. I never have had them do that in my garden, but I've always suspected that they get found by squirrels. You may want to do a Google search on that one. I imagine that they may benefit from being dug up and divided, so they may naturalize in that sense. But I don't know how well they do just kind of on their own, if that makes sense. They're the way that like oh, not chives, what are they called? Those little, it's not cloves. Crocus. The little crocuses, the way that crocuses and muscari will naturalize. Ah! Thank you for the follow. So again, getting that heated in. And then we're just going to start right here. And we're going to... For some reason, I tend to get some of my best work done when I'm crafting along with y'all on. All right, on. Oh, man, any way that we can be helpful to you, I'm glad. Trying to make for a productive workspace. Uh-oh, my phone's at 5%. Trade out. There we go. Excellent. Ooh, Michelle says, how close are you on here to get paid the big bucks? Well, I think we still need like 950 followers. So about a third of the way there, in some regards. Now daffodils, my daffodils bloom better whenever I dig them up and divide them, but that's usually because I'm able to incorporate like any compost and some more leaves and things into the soil and kind of refreshing their nutrients. So I don't know if it's that they do better by being divided or just do better being fertilized. Oops, it's got me on top messages. I'm sorry, you guys. There we go. You are gone to the darkness, to the dawn. Ooh. Ooh. add some soap flakes. That's a good tip, Jenny. I wonder how long that lasts, or if you need to do it, every couple of years or so. Because we usually do ours under wire. Like I'll make like a little hardware cloth, 1-inch hardware cloth, or just chicken wire if I'm feeling lazy, and don't want to deal with cutting such thick wire. But I'll make like a little wire box out of whatever material I'm using and plant the daffodils down into that. I'm pretty pleased with that for a butt. Okay. And so now we have an intense black stringer. Hey Randy, could you help me with something? Could you Google on your phone a garden spider? I want to be able to keep up with chat, but still be able to see a reference image. Like, I think we call them banana spiders. They're a variety of orb weaver. Oh, I think it's each time you plant them in a new location. Okay. I hope I don't regret this. Yes. If you could set it somewhere, I don't know. Ooh. So I'm just removing a little bit of that material. Oh, thank you, baby. That's perfect. Mm. And so I'm just doing a little bit of a stringer coming around. There we go. That's way more than what I meant to add on. But here we are. And then there's that bit. This is challenging, y'all. This is fun, though. There we go. Okay, and so it looks like if we do there's that. That's nice. And then we touch and drag that stringer across. I'm taking a lot of creative license here. Just practicing my stringer lines. There we go. Okay, and I'm going to melt that in. Woo! Walk says there are a lot of different garden spiders. The one in my yard jumps like on a trampoline if you get too close to her web. Wow. Like making the whole web shake. That's intense. Sometimes the challenging things are the most rewarding. You're correct. They certainly are. Oh, okay, so my little cells there closed. That's okay. But yeah, it's frustrating because I'm trying to get the mandrel settled down in there. And I'm so concerned about busting my bead release. Like that's a big worry for me because I don't want to goober it up, you know? Perhaps using a thinner mandrel for this bead roller would be easier. We'll have to see. Oh, well, I certainly got a little bit of distortion there too. So what we're gonna do is a very stylized spider web. Swirly and everything. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little bit of a dot, oh, and a dot, oh, and a dot, oh, and a dot, oh, and a dot, boop, and a dot, boop. So there's those. Love it. Oh, that's cool. I'm hoping we get some permanent resident orb weavers in our backyard this year. I'd love to kind of just spy on them. All right, so that is a very stylized orb weaver spitter butt, but I think it's pretty cool. I'm gonna try to tidy the ends up just a little. And I think with some perhaps a dash additional beads on either end, or maybe some metal bead caps. This would be all ready to use in on a spider. Nice. Oh, one more. Thank you, honey. I'm all done with your phone. I need more practice. Thank you, though. What to do? What to do? I think I'm going to try one of those leaves. I don't think I have any. I'm off screen real quick. I'm just making a pin for us to use. And I'm making this out of marine grade stainless steel wire. And it's just this little thing. And so I'll show you what it is that we're going to be doing with that here in a sec. And so I'm going to take this rod of, I think, light emerald or a grass green, not certain. And I'm going to wrap around it this green filigrana. It's a white core with green over that, and then that's encased in clear. So this should give us a pretty cool effect. Golden orb web spider. Oh, okay. Ooh, an owl face. That would be really cool. I'll have to try that sometime. I only have 8 more minutes in today's stream though, so I'm gonna try to get this put together. then it gets hot enough that it starts to bend on me. That's okay. We must away a break of day to find our long forgotten. No, on Saturdays and Tuesdays, I stream until 5 p.m. because I start at noon. And then on Fridays, I go from 2 until 6 p.m. Hey, pretty kitty. Yeah. So I'm just going to kind of touch this end to that end. And we're going to twist this into a really interesting little stringer. It's kind of pressing and condensing that glass together. And then I'm going to use the heat of the flame, hopefully, to detach our filigrana. And now with it angled up, this way the heated glass gathers towards us. Oh, okay. Culture art. I'll look for that, Itsy. Is he streaming right now? Okay. Okay. I'm holding my mashers. Think so. Ooh, okay. Trying to heat it and let it just hang down. There we go. You hear, Michelle? I'm using the mashers. I almost put my hand in the flame. That okay? Oh, that's not centered. It's not nothing, but that's fine. I'm just going to heat that a bit, enough that we can get that straightened. Now, I've seen folks online using some mega fine tip pliers. I do not have any fine tip pliers. So what I'm going to do... Oh my God, Joe, you're still going? There's Michelle. So I'm just going to heat up. I've heated up the tip of our rod here because I want it to be a little bit of a punty. And I'm just going to touch it to there. And then I'm going to heat up our little leaf because I want to pull this tip down and out. There we go. Oh my God, that's so nice. Okay. Oh, I love that. Okay. And I'm just heating in that tip of our filigrana. We may use our spatula here, though I think I have some scissors. I wonder if I can heat this up. I'll try to get a little bit more of a shape going. Okay, that's that's got the imprint real nice. And so now I'm going to come in here and I'm just heating up that edge, and I just want to do a little, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get much of a cut into the edge of the leaf. Oh, that's pretty nice. Oh, that's neat. I gotta be very delicate about that joint that didn't even join. Boop. Okay, well, significantly less delicate about the join, but I'm just letting it harden up. And we're going to trade hands because I'm going to detach our opaque rod. Well, most of it's still there. Again, that's totally okay. So I'm just making a little bit of a base there. I'm just going to set that down like that. And I've got our wire. I'm heating up the end of our leaf. And I'm going to attempt to plant our wire in. We'll see how that fits. I'm just heating that up to make sure that everybody's friends. And then we're going to start here. I'm going to grab back onto that. And I'm just going to pull that right on off. Oh, it's a little leaf. This is my first successful leaf. And I am very pleased with that. Let's pop it into the kiln before it explodes. Alrighty, you guys. Let us go over to... It's crazy to think that just like a month or two ago, it was dark right now. So, oh my gosh. Yes, the opaque rod totally popped on me. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired. This was an intense day at the torch for me. It was my first time back in a minute. So, yeah, I'm okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, well, thank you, Anne. I'm really proud of that leaf. I'd like to get good at making them because I think they'd be a beautiful focal component for like on a necklace, or maybe some earrings would be really cute. Whew. All right, so we are gonna wait somebody like you. Let's see if there are any crafters. Oh, let's go look out at BJ's Blown Glass. And ooh, also this person's making things out of Legos though. But we're doing Lampwork glass today, so let's go follow BJ's Blown Glass, and we will see y'all next time. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Stay tuned for we have a new tutorial coming out tomorrow about turkey tail polymer clay mushrooms, or turkey tail-esque. And then Monday we're having a shop update. And then we'll see you guys here again on Tuesday from noon until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. And there's no telling what we're going to be working on. So stop by to find out. And if you want to see how what we made today comes out of the kiln, stay tuned for social media posts incoming tomorrow. So I'm going to click that. And how do I... We're going to go rate them. I will see y'all next time. So y'all have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you, Michelle. We'll see you Tuesday also. Oh, get your rest and get to feeling better. Y'all happy crafting. Mwah. Bye. We gonna click the thing. We gonna click the thing. And then we're gonna go over there. Bye, guys.